I'd like to call the Nashville Town Council meeting to order. Would you please stand for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let us pray. Father, we invite you into this meeting with a spirit of compassion and caring for our town, and help us to make the right decisions for our citizens and our town. Amen. Amen. Our first item is the Washington Street tree study, and I'd like to talk to you about that for a minute. Yesterday in the heat, I did visit all the trees with an arborist and the tree committee, the Joanne from the paper, and Corey. And we walked up and down. And I learned a lot from this. Prior to this, I thought those trees were Nashville's trees. They aren't. I thought the battleship was Nashville's, and it's not. But anyway, learning all of that, the tree committee did walk the street and look at all the trees very carefully. We looked at the roots, or roots, whichever you call them, the color of the trunk, the limbs, every part of the tree. And there were 3 trees that John said we could trim up and they might could last 5 more years, and possibly 10. So we took the orange ribbon off of 3 trees. That still leaves 13 that needs to come down. I think approximately 13. Is that correct, Corey? 12. And then we will have 25. Isn't that what we counted left? Around 25 left. And I appreciate your concerns. I appreciate the people that have called me and have been kind and interested in discussing this. But I do want to share this with you. This would be a different meeting if one of those hollow trees had fallen on a car or a citizen walking and killed them or harmed them. And I will always err on the line of safety as much as I love trees when it comes to our citizens. Okay, let's hear from you. Corey, share what we did yesterday.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to give an overview of what's transpired up to this point. I want to start off by saying that I am not a certified arborist. I have learned a lot up to this point in this process, and I'm going to share with you what that is. So after a tree fell on Frank and Carolyn Adams' house on March 23rd, the town manager asked for the tree board to discuss the remaining large trees on Washington Street between 1st and Austin. We discussed that at our April 12th meeting and recommended that we hire a certified arborist to conduct a risk assessment on these trees. John Sugg, who is a certified arborist out of Wilson County, conducted this assessment on April 20th and gave a report. Mr. Sugg has been a certified arborist with the International Society of Arboriculture since 1996 and a member of the American Society for Consulting Arborists since 2004. The report identified 21 trees that needed some type of work done to mitigate risk, 15 of which were recommended for removal. We walked Washington Street again yesterday with members of the tree board, mayor. Mr. Sugg was able to join us, and Joanne. And if you met Mr. Sugg, you'd know that he genuinely cares about our trees and our community and assesses those trees as if they are his own. He has nothing to gain from recommending their removal. He's not involved in the removal process. So of the 15 trees that were originally identified, there were 3 that we would be able to mitigate the risk with heavy pruning. Now, those trees still have the same risk that they originally did. I believe 2 of them were medium, 1 was high. But with that heavy pruning, you would be able to get rid of that risk. The trunk and the roots are sound on those 3 trees. And, you know, Mr. Suggs said that they may last another 5 years, they may last another 10. There's really not a way to know exactly how much more life we'll get out of those. So we removed the ribbons yesterday. Since then, I've reached out to Matthew Stevens, who is an extension agent with Nash County Co-op, specializing in commercial and consumer horticulture, and asked him to do an assessment. Kind of gave him an overview. And he said when there is an issue of safety, they always refer those to a certified arborist. And since we had already done so, he was inclined to trust their judgment. I've also reached out to some other companies to receive quotes on getting a second opinion. We have received one of those back so far. Until recently, there was little focus on proper care and maintenance of these trees. In 2019, Council approved forming a tree board, and for 2 years in a row, we've received the designation as a Tree City USA. We're now taking steps to properly manage the town's trees. The tree board is creating a plan to proper and continuous maintenance of the remaining trees, as well as a planning schedule per the recommendation of the arborist to diversify the oaks to create a healthy canopy cover in downtown. We don't want to be in the business of cutting down trees, but unfortunately when there's a risk to the community, to property, it has to be mitigated. My goal is to become what the North Carolina Forest Service refers to as a managing community, and one step in that process is to mitigate any risk associated with our current urban forest. So I'll be glad to answer any questions if y'all have those.
Are there any questions from the council? Thank you. It was very interesting. Yesterday I said, I sure do hate to see these trees come down. I grew up here. I love these trees. And he said to me, trees are like people. They don't live forever, you know. So anyway, but we thank you so much. And do you have the list of?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anna, did you want to speak? Just state your name and address.
Good morning, I'm Anna Joyner, and I'm not an arborist. I am a real estate agent and a gardener, and everyone knows I love
And have beautiful flowers.
flowers and trees. And when I saw the article in the paper, I was really upset, because when people come here to buy houses, the first thing they say is how beautiful our street is. And it is. You know, I think we take for granted when we drive up and down that street how beautiful it is. And I just wanted to come and beg and plead. I mean, I know if a tree is sick, it needs to come down. I certainly understand that. But I thought 15, not 15 trees. Can we get rid of 7 that are the worst? Can we save some that are not as bad? Can we prune them? Can we help them? Can we doctor them? Can we do something, because it will forever change Nashville? And to me, Nashville is downtown. Downtown is Nashville, and it just breaks my heart to see that happen. And I just wanted to come speak my piece and see if there was something we could do to help the sickly. We don't kill sick people. We don't cut them down. You know, can we help the sick trees to live? And, you know, I know what's going to happen is going to happen, and I have no say-so, but I just wanted to let everyone know that it breaks my heart. And I'd rather help a sick tree rather than knock it down.
And we appreciate your opinion, Anna. Thank you. Next is Brian Hudson.
Brian Hudson, 113 East Washington. Obviously, when I first found out about the tree study and seeing the pink ribbons, I decided I'd call the town to find out what was going on, since they had not advised us of anything as of, at the moment. And couldn't find out that they were planning on cutting down trees. So I called Randy. He sent me to John. And I talked to John, had a good hour conversation with him on the phone that night. And, you know, at first, at that point in time, he was actually, in looking at the pictures, recanted what he said about my tree. Then again, yesterday, he recanted again about my tree. So my biggest question, you know, I know there's, obviously, I mean, there's definitely some trees that are dead. There is no doubt. My tree is not dead. He even said yesterday it could last 5 more years. You know, and he on the phone told me it could probably, you know, last 10 more years. You know, so I'm willing, you know, and I know you can't take a chance from a risk standpoint.
Right.
But I do think a little bit of pruning on that particular tree, because
Is that the one by your driveway?
right beside my driveway. I looked up there yesterday, and I know a couple of them were at the house, and there is, without a doubt, there are some dead limbs on the very ends. And there is one, what I call limb, that's probably about this big around, that has no growth on it. But that's the only one.
I think, and I may be wrong, Brian, but I think, and you were with us, that tree under the roots, is that the one where the space, it's space all under the roots about that far into the tree at the base? Have you checked that?
Well,
Just look at that.
The roots were fine. And there's
Well,
no
he
dead.
showed that to us yesterday. I think, Corey, what did you have to say, please?
Again, I'm not a certified
Neither
arborist.
am I.
I'm going to do the best to explain what Mr. Sugg had told us about that tree. It does have a lot of small limbs, and when I say small, very small dead limbs, but it's throughout the entire tree. So if you were to try and prune all of that out, you know, you're talking about a lot of work involved. Now, what that tells us is that tree is in decline, so it is on the way out. How long it'll last, we're not sure. And then there's also a picture of the trunk about 20 foot off the ground. There is a place where at some point, I don't know if a limb was removed or there was some type of damage to that tree. And the discoloration you see down that trunk is a sign of decay on the inside of that trunk. Now, as far as how deep the decay goes, we don't know. But, you know, John did call me about that tree after he talked to Mr. Hudson and said, you know, we might need to take a different look at that tree. It might be able to be saved. And then, you know, yesterday when he looked at it, he's like, I stick with my original recommendation that tree I recommended for removal. So.
Okay.
And like I said, you know, being an insurance agent, I mean, the main thing I look at is obviously
Right.
trees are a problem no matter where they're
Right.
at. But, you know, it's one of those things that it provides a lot of shade, a lot
Right.
of, for people walking out at night. The other thing John mentioned was the fact that you take down a tree, you lose up to 15% of the value of your appraised property.
I
That's
didn't know
huge.
that.
That's huge. And, you know, so my biggest concern is who pays me back what I lose.
Ask the state. It's their trees.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
who pays me
But
back?
we're trying to save every tree we can. And if we get a second opinion and they say we prune that tree, it will stay, it will stay.
And that was my biggest thing was, you know, it was kind of rushed. And I know the DOT has their budget that ends in the year end, the fiscal year end. But granted, there's times, as long as we slow down a little bit, get the second opinion, take every, you know, I won't say it'd be nice to take all the ribbons down and let the other arborists come in and just look without any knowledge of anything that we've done. Let them completely take it on their account and then compare the two notes. And really let the tree council and the board take those notes into consideration and say, okay, well, out of 15 trees, they match on 11. If they match on 11, then, you know, and if 2 of them come back and tell me without a shadow of a doubt my tree needs to come down, then it needs to come down.
And that's a fair suggestion.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Next is Al Hyde.
Al Hyde, 117 West Washington Street, Nashville, NC. I was shocked when I found out that 15 trees were coming down. To me, it's a communication issue. Yes, I realize the trees belong to the state. That is not news to me. If anybody thought that they were residential trees, I don't know where you've been. The battleship in the middle of 64 belongs to the state. I mean, that was never a question. The question is, why was this done what I would consider to be surreptitiously? Why was it in the paper that the trees were going to come down June 30th, and really they were slated to come down on Monday? I called Randy on the town's cell phone, and I wasn't the nicest I probably could have been, but I made it very clear that they needed to stay. I had already looked at the trees. I see 6 or 7 trees. I am not an arborist, but I am a gardener. I grew up on a farm with trees. I know that there can be things done to save trees. I do believe we should have another arborist to come and look at the trees and make recommendations, but I did call him, and he advised me that he was going to put a stay order of execution at 7 a.m. on Monday morning to have the trees, there would be nothing done for right now. And that Marvin Silver, who I know, who lives near one of my mom's farms, was going to be here to cut the trees down. So my question to him was, who's going to contact Marvin so he's not here at the break of day to start cutting down trees? Well, that's part of it. This morning, Randy's wife blesses me out on Facebook. I'm sorry, that's inappropriate.
It is. We're here to talk about trees.
I'm going to talk about right now what I want to. I'm not in a classroom. You're not my teacher.
I'm not your teacher, but I believe in the right thing, and we're not here to bash him. If you want to talk with him about that, go to his office and talk with him.
Council know. Now, as mayor...
Not in public. You do not need to do this, Al.
I'm sorry.
And I respect you very much.
Our public comment policy says there will be no direct accusations made to any staff or council member. That's
it's
the
on
town's
Facebook.
public comment policy.
It's on Facebook. So I didn't appreciate it. You're paid by me and other taxpayers. I thought it was out of line, period. I'm here to talk about trees. But one thing I don't like is I don't like anyone up here telling me how I'm supposed to feel or how I'm not supposed to feel. Regardless of how much you like me, it's unacceptable. That's all I have to say. I'm very disappointed in you.
Well, I will never be disappointed in you, Al.
Wow, that's very strong.
Any other comments?
Can I make a comment, please? I didn't.
You certainly may. Come on.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm Dartha Johnson, 110 East Washington Street. I have a different kind of question. Okay, so I know that the trees, whatever trees have to come down, has to come down because if they're dead, they're going to fall, etc. We just had one fall in the back of our yard on top of our car, so last couple weeks ago. But my question is, I agree that we need to have a second opinion on these trees because the one in front of my house, with all the ropes and everything, we've called DOT several times.
Those wires.
Those wires. The wires that are hanging on the tree in front of my house we called DOT several times. Every time a storm comes, that tree has broken in half and been on our lawn. We've called them. They didn't come to cut it, so we had to call people like Marvin Silver to come cut the tree up and put it, get all the wood out of our yard. And the last one, we were not here. We were in Wilson, and that became home, and another big limb was on there. So I want that tree to be really looked at.
Is there orange?
No, there's no pink ribbon to take down, and as much as I don't want trees to come down.
What are those wires?
Well, they come across the tip end of our property.
I saw that, but what do they go to?
They go to the house next door, which is the guest house of our neighbor. It's in our driveway. This is our house, and this house has those wires that come across the tip of our
So somebody needs to take care of those wires.
And we tried. We called DOT. We called all the cable companies, and everybody was saying, don't touch them because they're live wires. Don't do this. And we had to get those things out of there because we were afraid they were going to start a fire. And every time the storm comes and knocks the tree down, knock a part of the tree down, it falls on the wires, and the wires have to come down and go back. So we got wires and wires and wires. And I was so shocked when I drove. We just came back from California, and I drove in and saw all these pink ribbons. I thought somebody was having a party. I thought it was a function or whatever. They just moved in. I thought, okay. And then later on, I went to the supermarket, and somebody said, well, all those trees are coming down on Main Street. I said, what are you talking about? And then we found that out. I said, well, there's no pink ribbon around that tree that needs to come down. So I think that they need to, I agree, is take all the ribbons off.
Yes.
And have a new arborist come in. Just keep note of it, but have a new arborist come in and reassess what is going on there. And the other thing, the final thing that I have to say is, we live on Main Street. I've lived there now for 12 years, and the people that are on Main Street, very few. You live on Main Street, Ms. Mayor, but no one has even asked us to be on a tree committee. We've never even known that there was one. And I think there's a different way of notification. When someone lives somewhere, we should find a way as a community to notify people in a whole different way. We shouldn't have to go around finding out and find out who did it and where do we go from here and who do we contact and what do we do. We need to find out what is really going on. We are part of the community, and we need to be treated as such.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, we need to just notify us a different way, and at least even if we're not on the committees, take some input from them. I think we're reasonable people. I think all of us are, even though we have, we get upset about certain things. Right. But we are reasonable, and everybody should be trying to include people rather than exclude. And the worst thing to do is to inform somebody or not inform them, have them find out, and 2 days later, if you're doing anything else and you find out in the morning, people may not say anything right now, but when they find out that there's a big gaping hole that I can now see my neighbor's window and everything that's going on and the tree's missing, that's a very big thing for the town to overcome. Right. And even if it belongs to DOT, we still look to our council to protect us and help us and talk to us. So we would like that.
Thank you for sharing. Victoria, there's your new member for the tree committee. Anybody else like to speak that did not sign up? Okay.
Yes, my name is James Baker. I live at 103 East Green Street, and I have experienced a situation on what a tree can do to a house. Me and Miss Brenda, I think, during Hurricane Michael, I had a large 100-year-old oak tree, and there's nothing more terrifying for a tree to come crashing down on your house. The only thing that I'm asking, and I was on the preservationist in Rocky Mount, and when we had trees like this that was considered historic, which we don't have a historic, we went through an arborist and we got evaluation on the trees. And maybe we might need to have some, because Nashville has got a lot of history here, and it's like I said, once it's gone, it's gone. I'm number one for one, if it's diseased or damaged, it needs to be removed. But also, when a tree is removed, we need to be thinking about replacing the tree with something of good substantial size, not something that's 2 or 3 feet tall, and something that is comparable to the area that has always been here.
Thank you. Yes. Good morning.
I'm Cindy Puckett. I live at 1405 Fairfield Drive. And I, like everyone else here, obviously, if that any of those trees is a danger to a human or to somebody's property, no one wants to see that happen. I mean, I certainly don't want to see us lose a life because a tree or a large limb has fallen down. I keep hearing people refer to Frank Adams' tree, and what happened was horrible. But from my understanding, that was a healthy tree. So if God wants it to come down, it's coming down regardless. The way this, and I do not know Mr. Suggs, I certainly do not know anything about trees, not claiming to. I can't keep succulents alive. So I'm not here to serve on a tree committee or do anything else like that. Just as a citizen that found out that the town council just found out last Tuesday, and this was set to happen yesterday morning. If I sat on the county council, I would be livid. I mean, I realize that our town manager has certain responsibilities and that he needs to follow through, and I get that. And I appreciate the fact that he's trying to save the taxpayers money by having this done. But let's not cut off our nose to spite our face. And I think that is probably the biggest thing that these citizens are upset about. They didn't have any involvement. No one was told anything. I called 2 members of the tree committee last week. When I spoke with both of them, they were under the impression that there was going to be more studies done. That's what I was told. I was told to walk down the street, and I did. But there would be more studies done. They did not know that the trucks were coming in Monday morning to cut the trees down. They were to meet with the arborist yesterday at 2 o'clock. Wouldn't they have felt silly walking down the street if several of those trees had already been cut down? I mean, I just feel like there needs to be better communication. I definitely feel like we need a second opinion. I don't know Mr. Suggs. He's probably a very smart man. But he keeps recanting and saying, well, maybe this one can, maybe this one can't. I don't know. I truly do not. They may all need to come down. And if that's the case, so be it. But instead of taking one person's opinion, if the doctor told me I had to have my leg amputated, I'm not going to go with that. I'm going to get a second opinion. So I feel like the council and the town manager at least owe that to the citizens to at least get a second opinion.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? We have heard you. Victoria?
My name is Victoria. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Victoria Fraser. I live at 214 North Collins Street here in Nashville. And therefore, about 10 or 11 years, my husband and 4 children lived at 109 East Washington Street on the main thoroughfare. There's been several things said here today that I believe I have some information on. Not to dispute, not to be on one side or the other, but just for clarity, if you don't mind. Yesterday, when we met, that was at the request of Donald Street. We met, let's see, it was May the 12th. It rained that day. We were supposed to all walk, but we could not because of the rain. So we had a meeting inside Corey's office. And then Wyatt and I were supposed to walk the next week. I couldn't. My schedule wouldn't allow. And then Donald Street called me, emailed me, I believe it was, Saturday or Sunday night, and asked could those that were available, could we meet Monday at 2 o'clock? And I said yes. I was out of town. My husband and I were out of town on Saturday and Sunday all day till at night. So I was shocked when I heard that the trees were scheduled to come down, because Elaine and those in the board, we made a recommendation. We understood that it had to come to you and that there was going to be a resolution and more whatever. Corey had said that the recommendation for the tree study and the arborist calling in was as a result of Frank Adams, and in my knowledge that is not right. We met, if I'm not mistaken, it was in January or February. Corey, when was our last meeting? January. And at that time, we were all present except Kate Burns. And we discussed going back. Let me go back from January. In November, December, we all agreed that a study needed to be done by the board before we went further. And since Washington Street was the main thoroughfare for Nashville, that we should call someone in and do a study of those trees first, not as if that they're the only trees that are going to be assessed, but they were the first 3 blocks. We should do those first. And then in January, a motion was made that we needed to have a certified arborist come in. I asked Coy who he was recommending, and he said someone out of Wilson. And I said, well, I know John Suggs. Is that who you're calling? And he said yes. So yesterday when John Suggs showed up, it was not a prearranged appointment with us. He just happened to be in the area. He said out of his own mouth that he came over to do some business and buy some strawberries, to have lunch at the book exchange. And he was coming back through to check on Brian Tree because he wanted to make sure that the picture that Brian had sent him and his recommendation matched, and at the time they didn't. So he was doubly checking, saw us and came and joined us, and then we asked for him to give us a tree by tree analysis. So that was what happened. When we got to Brian's in the 100 block, and we were looking at the trees that line 100 block on Brian's side of the street. The one that borders my previous address and his, it became something that we talked about, and he said, oh, I told him it didn't need to come down, but now with the picture that he sent me, that was my thing. And he said, but now that I'm seeing it's a different point of view, and about that time Brian drove in. And I said, well, there he is, and he needs to know now. So we walked over, and John and Brian had a discussion while Donald Street and I stood and listened on. And at the conversation, if I'm not correct, correct me, Brian, that John Suggs said that the tree the tree in question could be saved, but that it might cost $5,000 to $10,000 to do.
He said it might be $5,000 per year.
Okay, so anyway, and it would not necessarily save the tree, just prolong the inevitable, which is something that even prolonging the inevitable is productive. So, I mean, you know, I'm getting older. Please don't
prune you.
me off because so I get the whole thing. But there was just a few points of clarity that I wanted to bring. Number one being that the tree board, when I was asked to be on the tree board, I was assuming that was because I had been a part of Washington Street, that I had been at this council before, speaking for the trees, writing an editorial in the paper about the trees, calling the DOT about our trees, and that goes back to, I thought about it last night, it goes back to 2002, 2005, when either DOT, Duke Energy came through, and they began to scout the canopy of Washington Street, and I was very upset. And when I called DOT in Raleigh, they referred me to DOT locally, and when I called DOT locally, I was told that is our current policy. They are our trees. Thank you for your interest. And so it was very disturbing to me. And when I talked with the mayor, I was put on a council for Brian Hassel, and I to form a committee with Bill Lewis, who was a forester. Thank you. And I called Bill, asked him when he could have lunch the very next week, and I had 2 dates in mind. Bill said he could make either one. There was a guy in Rocky Mount that was on the Tree City USA that I contacted, that I left a message with and gave him the 2 dates. I don't remember if he called me back or not. I'm unclear of that. I don't even remember his name. But anyway, I called Brian Hassel and said, these are the 2 dates we've got, and this is who can meet. I've got to call into the Tree City USA in Rocky Mount. What is your pleasure? And I was told at that time that the mayor had decided to go a different route. And so I asked what was the different route. And I was told that he was going to talk with Buck Newton, and because he was on some kind of energy board, and he was going to see if he couldn't help mediate with whatever. And I didn't ask why he was reaching out to him. I was disappointed that we did not work on that then, that was not considered then. And so as it happened, I was at the same time, I was the senior leader for our church, and we had a planned meeting to the legislature, and we were having lunch there. And at that particular time, I met Carolyn Wilson, who was Bud Newton's executive assistant. She and I became friends. So after that date, I called her every week and said, have you heard from the mayor? Have you heard from the town manager on anything about the trees? And she said no. So I decided that I was going to keep up with it for about 2 or 3 months, and I did. And no one on this council called. None. So this problem that we have today is a real problem. The citizens, I agree, that should be on Washington Street, there should be representation. I agree that there needs to be another arborist. I agree that all the tagging needs to come down, independent study. There is a Coy, who is the guy that was mentioned yesterday from Raleigh that is like a tree doctor?
He was with Bartlett Tree Company. I don't remember his name offhand. I have it written down in my office.
Okay. We would like, I make a recommendation that you reach out to him as well. Okay, because I had already talked to Matthew Stevens about the trees, and he said certified arborist and all that sort of stuff. So in long and short, all I am doing is I am not speaking for or against. I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. I'm just presenting facts. The trees that need to come down, I think we need to see if they can be saved. If they can be saved for 5 more years, then we've got to look at the cost of doing that versus the real estate hit that Washington Street and Nashville will take. If you don't take down some of these trees, the ones that have been placed and the replacement trees will continue to suffer and not continue to grow because they're so close and they're under the others. So I don't know if I have helped, if I have hurt, or if I have just sped up here and just sputtered off my mouth. So I don't know. But anyway, do you have any questions for me?
No, and we thank
Does
you.
anyone else have any questions?
Thank you. I would like to say I thank you for coming and your opinion. I can't change the time that all this occurred. I can't do anything about the past. But I am your mayor. Don't talk about anybody else. Talk about me. And if you have a concern, call me. I just ask that when you do, be kind. I'm here for you to serve you. I have heard you. Council, have you heard them today? We will get a second opinion. We will take the orange off. We took 3 off yesterday. But we're here to serve you. We are not here to upset one person or to do anything that will hurt our city. I assure you of that. But thank you so much for coming, and have a good rest of the day. Do I hear a motion do we need a motion to adjourn this and so we can...
Can you get a motion for the record to pursue a second?
Mayor, I make the motion that the town pursue a second opinion regarding the trees on Washington Street, and that be reported back to the council.
And the citizens. Okay.
And that the rivers be pulled off the trees before he gets into town.
Right.
And I would like to say one thing. Communication is very, very important. And there was a total lack of communication on this.
And we've recognized that.
Yes. But this was very important. And if we don't communicate on something like this, what else are we missing? I cannot tell you how upset people were about this because of a lack of communication. The train was leaving the station before anybody knew anything about it. And that's wrong. Anyway.
May I, Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, you
I
may.
have to respectfully disagree with that statement, Louise. Notes were mailed, placed on doors to every property owner on Washington Street. I'm not responsible for when the DOT decides to do something. They said that they asked for an assessment of the trees from the town. We did that. We provided that to them. They were eager to get started because of budgetary things, I was told. I think we did everything we were required to do and should have done. I didn't know, most of the people, a lot of the people here don't even live on Washington Street by any of these trees. How am I supposed to know? How is the staff supposed to know how to reach out to these people and notify them? I'm at a loss there. I agree the timing of when the DOT decided they were going to come and take these trees down was not conducive to what people thought was good communication. But I disagree that the staff didn't take the proper means and notify people.
But could we have intervened to let DOT know that they needed to wait?
I did that. I did that on Saturday. When I got your phone call, my next phone call was to Rodney Matthews with the DOT. He said, no problem. I'll get a hold of Marv right away. We won't begin trimming trees on Monday. If you guys want to get a second opinion, we're more than happy to wait.
Mayor, there's a motion on the floor.
I think you restate your motion in its entirety with all the other stuff you said.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to make the motion that the town proceed to do a second assessment of the trees on Washington Street independently, remove any tagging that's currently on any trees on Washington Street, that information, when it is compiled, be conveyed to the council and to the public as needed.
That's second.
All those in favor, let it be known. Aye. Motion carries. Again, thank you so much for coming. We do care and we do want to do the right thing. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, before we go any further, there's not a motion needed for what I'm about to say. But you did allude to a few minutes ago. I think we need to come up with a better process of getting people to be on these committees and stuff like that, because we got citizens here on Washington Street that didn't know how the tree committee was comprised. So I think we need to come up with a better solution.
And I agree.
To how we need to notify people that, hey, we need somebody who wants to serve on this committee and give them ample time to step forward and be a part of that committee.
Similarly to Body Street, everybody on Body Street went notified that they were going to close Body Street. I live on Washington Street, and Randy sent me no letter knowing he went to the town. I'm not very hard to find.
Well, we're not discussing Body Street right now.
Okay, thank you so much.
I would encourage everyone to stay because we have another resolution about the sewer. This is something everyone needs to know. This is important.
And if I may, I just want to say that I'm glad to see so much interest in the trees. Our next tree board meeting is scheduled for July 26th at 5:30 p.m. here in council chambers. I foresee we might have some call meetings between now and then, but all of our meetings are open to the public. Anybody is welcome to attend, and if anybody would like a form to serve on one of our committees, I'd be happy to get that to them. And you can reach me at 459-9796. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy, can we take a break? A little break?
Yeah, well, do you guys want to talk about this resolution before we set up for the budget work session?
I think it's important. And I think the citizens need to be aware.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sam, come on in. So the second item on the agenda is to review correction resolution. Last year, when the FY21 budget, which we're currently in right now, was adopted, the council agreed to put the first 1,000 gallons of sewage on the base fee. The base fee at that time was $13, and 1,000 gallons of sewage was another $9.53, I believe, effectively taking it to $23.44. When that budget was adopted, the fee schedule that we had in the resolution or the ordinance adopting the budget had the base fee still listed at the 13-something per hundred, so it never got put into place. So what we effectively did is give everybody in town for the last 9 months a $9.53 discount or relief, whatever you want to call it, on their sewer bill. The resolution that I prepared here and is asking the council to consider today, it would effectively take our fee schedule and make the base fee for the sewer to the $2344 amount, which was the intent when the council passed the budget last June.
And we're just now catching this.
That is correct.
Okay, and we have a proposal to take it from 2344 to 29 in just a matter of days. So we're going from 1391 to 2344 today, and then the 2344 will go to 29 if we pass this budget.
This council approved for the $9.53 increase to take place at the beginning of this fiscal year. And unfortunately, that did not happen, but it was already approved by this board by majority.
Well, my
That
question
was
is,
done.
why didn't it happen? What was the glitch? What fell through the cracks?
People make mistakes.
That's a big mistake. That's a big mistake when you're talking about a person's water bill.
Well, the board was the one, the council, and all members on it were the ones who approved it. So we need to start taking some responsibility as a council.
But we pay people who work for the town to take care of things like this. We approve it, we expect them to take care of it. To me, this is egregious. From 1391 to 2344 today, and then in just a matter of days, we're going to take it to 29.
Once the water sewer system is bankrupt, then the state, through the local government commission, will come in and take over the system, and they'll run it, and no one in the town will have any say in how it's done.
And how did we get to this point?
This council needs to be accountable.
Having read the resolution, do I hear a motion that we approve it?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. That, can we take a break before we start working on the budget, please? Thank you so much for coming.
I can't believe this happened.
It did though, Louise. It did, honey.
Well, since the last budget work session, Sam has reprinted some of the spreadsheets on larger paper, so hopefully that helps a little to be able to see what's on those and put the columns on the top of every page.
So, where are we beginning? Which?
Well, where you guys left off last is you wanted to take time to digest everything that was talked about at the last meeting and circle back on a few things and have some further discussion. I think those are on page 10.
Are we going over the,
If you guys want to, we sure can.
I think it's our responsibility.
So where are we going to start then with the... I still have got to find my place.
Well, I mentioned page 10. I think that's where you guys circled a few things that you wanted to give additional thought to, whether you wanted to keep those in the budget or take them out. The budget as it's proposed is a balanced budget, and as Sam has pointed out at the last meeting, we are using fund balance, about 600 some odd thousand of the general fund to make the expenses and projected revenues balance. And on the sewer, water, the enterprise funds, there's hope in there that some of our expenses that we've incurred this year won't reoccur.
Because of the dry weather.
Hopefully. If we have wet weather, we could be in for more of the same.
But we're still going to do the appropriate study.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, keep the items and do the appropriate study and see exactly what happens. Okay.
We have that 8-step plan Sam proposed for getting our water, our enterprise fund back to where it needs to be. But it does come, this budget as proposed is balanced based on
a water and sewer rate increase,
Well, let
which
me
I'm
ask-
sure you guys will want to talk about here today.
I want to ask a question. It's not in our budget, but I had a citizen to call me and ask me actually how much would it cost us if we got a sewer plant and processed everything and we were no longer dependent on Rocky Mount. And I said, I don't have a clue, but I'll find out.
Well, to build a new sewer plant for our size of town would be roughly about $20 million.
Are there grants out there where we
They
could
don't
get?
even suggest that. Everything's regional now.
Right, and they said that, but they said they really hated to see us so dependent on another place and with a budget like that. But I was just wondering,
Right.
just asking.
Right. I mean, we are dependent on the city of Rocky Mount. You know, we buy 60% of our water from them, and we send them all of our sewage. That decision was made back in 1986 when the town's sewer treatment plant, and I'm assuming it was based upon studies that people who know, engineers, that it was going to be less expensive for the town going forward to send the sewage to Rocky Mount for treatment than to rebuild and maintain a sewer treatment plant. And I'm making an assumption that that's probably still the case today.
Okay.
As Louise had mentioned, the regional push is as a result of
Money.
economics.
But anyway, I told him I'd get an estimate of what it would probably cost.
Economics and also the environment. That's a big part of it.
They want sewer, the state doesn't want sewer treatment plants all over the place.
Right.
So that price tag, is that talking in terms of a regional sewer, not just one for Nashville, but a regional would be in that cost range, we think?
No, that'd be one just for us.
Okay, so it would, if you go into a regional, you've got to have all the collaboration with
Right.
other areas to make that possible, and everybody's going to contribute some portion towards it.
The last town I was in got one of the very last earmarks that Congress did around 2008, and they got $8.5 million to build a new sewer treatment plant. It might be possible in this environment, now that the earmarks are...
Did the grant fund the entire plant, or was there some local portion also that
Oh yeah,
amounted?
it funded 90%. The town had to come up with 10%. So...
Excuse me for
So even
bringing
if we were to think about going that route, we would have to pursue other areas that would be interested. I mean, how do you go about citing a regional sewer plant, I guess would be my question. How do you find the other local entities that want to be a part of it?
Exactly. And there's always the not in my backyard factor.
Well, Castelia is uphill from us, so that potentially...
Good gravity feed.
I think it would be very costly, but I don't know. At some point, we may need to at least do some preliminary investigation just to find out what we would be looking at and
Yeah.
a process.
especially if the cost continues increasing like it did this year.
I think Rocky Mount is considered a regional, and so the fact that we're so close.
Would
Yeah.
be pulled into theirs.
And some years ago, Randy, we had some talk going on about the town drilling another well.
And actually did. Well, number 8 out on Cook Road.
No, not that one.
Oh.
Because somebody was going to give us, I don't know who owns the property, right outside of Austin Street, going straight out, like you're going to Cook Road.
Okay.
But whoever owns that property out there, I'm sorry, 58, past Nash Central School. There's a property out that way somebody had mentioned giving us a location to drill a well, allowing us to get some property. I said give, I don't remember whether it was a give or not. But we were talking one time about putting a well out there. But as much problems with the 60% of us getting our water from Rocky Mount, that is a little bit dependent on them. But we might want to explore us drilling us another well, because we got, one down there, 2?
We're running with 2. Well, number 6 is still offline.
And that's a big producer, number 6.
It's the biggest producer. Yeah. So maybe we need to look at, explore drilling another well.
And we still haven't solved the problem with number 6.
Nope, not yet.
What, have they even come up with a solution?
They believe the solution They're going to give us a price for doing a drawdown test on that. That's running the pump for 24 hours and watching the water level, and then also watching to see when the air begins coming in. That's going to cost about $2,500 to do that particular test. What Wooten Company, NC Rural Water Association, and NW Pool, our well company, believe needs to happen is the new pump that we put in that well needs to be replaced with a smaller one that doesn't pump as many gallons per minute.
Will that serve the town, though, as much as it did before?
No, it cannot. If
it's smaller?
If it's pumping less.
But
What about a slip line like we talked about before?
Casing it down further?
Case it down further. Hopefully the air is coming in from
Higher
surface
elevation.
ground. Put it down deeper and see if we can alleviate the air getting in the pocket that way. Just slip it down.
That's a possibility too.
I think. Has it given you a cost factor on that?
No, but we can ask them to work on that one too. What they really wanted to do is do that flow test to see how much water we can pull out of that thing. I mean, they throttled that thing back last week, and instead of almost immediately pulling air up with it, it took a couple hours.
And then started pulling again.
Yeah.
I would suggest that we do the slip jointing it down deeper and keep the same pump that's in there, because if we go down deeper, I don't want to reduce the size of the pump to reduce the volume of water coming out. Let's see if the slip joint will do it any better and keep the same size pump, because we don't want to reduce our volume of water coming out of the ground.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Because we're already dependent on Rocky Mountain Lake. Try to keep the same pump going and just slip it down, slip joint it, I guess, whatever term you use. I'm just saying slip joint it, put it deeper in the ground, and hopefully it won't pick up that air way down deep. That's my suggestion. And I'm not a pro at this. So.
No, but we still have to think, envision what we can do to save and get us from being so dependent on somebody else.
Don't reduce the size of the pumps. Let's just make sure we're getting water without air.
At this well alone, we've spent a ton of money trying to fix it.
Make it pump what it needs to pump.
Yeah.
We have.
Have you kept up with how much?
I think we're probably around the $22,000 to $24,000 range.
How much does it cost to drill another well? Woo. Gosh, I remember we used to take a stick and go out and find, it would turn and we'd find the water and they'd come and drill it. Oh my goodness.
Just to locate.
You are kidding me. I'd get my stick and go. That is unbelievable. I didn't have a clue. Did you? To drill a well was that much?
I know it's high.
Oh,
The
well.
town spent some pretty good money,
It is high.
8 years ago on that well number 8 out on Cook Road, and it didn't pan out. It wasn't good quality water,
Right.
and it didn't produce much. So they filled it full of bentonite and moved on.
And Mayor, we do have a town employee that knows how to use that Ouija stick.
Really?
Yeah.
There's more than one.
It's more than that? Okay, I know one.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I know this is a little bit off the budget, but would any other option be to look at getting water from a different source? I'm not talking about wells. Right now we're buying from Rocky Mount, and I don't know how close, say, Wilson comes in this direction. I'm not
I think
suggesting we do that.
Wilson comes down to 97 Highway, I believe.
So it's
Or maybe a
pretty
little bit.
good little ways.
It may come just a mile or two short of Sandy Cross, I think.
I don't know whether
Chief,
they-
do you know how far it comes?
They've got water line that comes all the way to the reservoir. When they have to buy water from the reservoir, there's a pumping station there that they put back. But since they put in Buckhorn, they no longer use that line.
They don't use that line anymore.
No, Buckhorn is their main supply.
So we'd have to go even further then
Yeah.
to get to it. Okay.
Okay.
Well, Mayor, Randy, I read this thing, been through it several times, and I jotted down a few things that I need some clarification on. The building and grounds for $31,740. What is that entails?
Where we at?
Well, these are my notes.
On page 8.
Is it on page 8? Okay.
You got page 8 there. Next to the note.
So I've done it so much that I got blind with it.
It's the difference
between budgets.
between the current year's budget, amended budget, and our proposed budget. So it's an increase in $31,000.
It's an increase.
Where is there that on our ledger?
For what? To building, what we're gonna do?
So
What is that?
it's in the last tab. It's 500.
Okay.
500 budget.
On this.
Yes.
What's the
It's
account
on
number?
page 124. And the reason for the increase is because we have relocated one of the employees from the cemetery budget, to public buildings. So you see on page 9 there, Larry, cemetery had a $54,000 decrease.
I got you. That's not actual construction. That's a salary for
Correct.
that
It just-
employee.
Yeah, it just
I got you.
moved.
I remember that. I remember
From one
that.
to the other.
But on page 10, Larry, there's a summary of what those
Yeah.
building, and I mean, we're looking at putting large gutters on this building. Take the read of that. Page 10. $10,000 for large gutters and to put a sump pump behind here and pump that groundwater so it doesn't come up through the floor in the children's room. We got Public Works roofing repairs at $12,000. There are 3 HVAC units on the police and fire station. They're 20 plus years old. They can't get parts for them anymore, so we're budgeting to replace one of those a year.
So that
And then-
10,000 is for one, and there would be 10,000 to subsequent years.
Yeah. And then the final thing is the police and fire roof repairs. We can, our roof company assessed that roof and said if we do some touch-ups on it now, we can likely get another 7 to 10 years out of that roof membrane before we have to replace that.
Okay, so that's part of the 31,000 increase. Okay. The big price tag we have for the farmers market, and it is a big price tag. Do we need to put that in this year's budget? Because, and the reason I say that is, Michael Hurt hadn't turned the shovel over doing his stuff. I mean, even when he starts his construction, be it the apartment complex or the shops in the old building out there, it's going to be 12 months plus before he even gets that done. So why do we need to budget this year for anything to do with farmers market when it's going to be over a year out before we do anything with it?
Good question.
And I agree with you. We are meeting with people almost daily to try to fund it.
Okay.
You know, like the extension, not the, who were the people? Yeah, the extension agency and the people that do that. And we're looking, Corey's looking everywhere for money. So I think you're right. If we do pop-ups, you know, put a tent up there or whatever. And then when we truly can afford it, because we can't be frivolous with this budget and not.
$1,700 a month is a bridge too far.
And see, if I was the sole contractor of the Hurt project, I would not be worrying about the farmers market till after I got my buildings and stuff ready to do something with.
And he just took possession of the land.
He just took possession of. He had cleared it.
So he's getting ready to get started.
But
so
even when he gets started, it's going to be.
It'll be a year.
It'll be a year.
And we can easily, but we already do have some farmers interested, believe it or not, some producers. So that's a good thing in bringing their products to our market. But I agree with you in that we right now can use pop-ups or whatever.
Take the town's scraper and clear off the place and let's use pop-ups.
So do we need that subsidized budget, for subsidizing the farmers market?
Well, Sam has made a point not to put anticipated budget revenue in this budget, to wait until we know if we actually get it and then amend the budget for it. And at that time, then, authorize, the expense we didn't put in here either for a lot of those grants, correct?
For grants, no. So if we don't have a grant award at this time, the grant revenue's not in there.
And nor are the expenditures associated
Correct.
with it.
Right.
But our meeting yesterday with Senator Barnes, because we understand she was very helpful in Nash County getting the farmers market at the mills up and going. And there might be a possibility that she could find some additional funding for us. So we had a great meeting with her yesterday. Michael told us at that meeting that with regard to the historic renovations of the building and supply building, He wants to have those suites in there ready to lease July 1st of 2022. And the 7 people that have signed pre-lease agreements with them, there's some contingencies there that the parking lot, that the outdoor stage area and the farmer's market are going to come at some point. Now, you remember he was okay with the stage not being a permanent one for the first year, that we would get by with a rent-a-stage
Platform type thing.
And he was okay with a farmer's market that is, as Coy calls it, pop-up events. Because at this point, it's already in the middle of the farmer's market season, and we wouldn't be able to get a full-fledged farmer's market up. He has since suggested that one of the buildings on the west side of Barnes Street, it's the one at the corner of Railroad and South Barnes. It's fully enclosed. It already has a concrete floor. It's got lights and electricity in it. He's suggested that we go look at that and see if we might be able to use that for a farmer's market for the first 2 years, because he said, until he gets his apartments finished in Franklinton or Halifax, I forget which place he was doing them, which he figured would be about 2.5 years from now. It isn't until then that he's going to begin with the apartments on Barnes Street. And that building, he would be able to rent to us for less than $1,700. I mean, all he really has to do is paint the outside to give it some appeal.
What is he talking about, less than $1,700?
He didn't give an amount. It was just in the discussion.
So I know the cost is concerning, and we are at a disadvantage with our proposed farmers market when we look around to others, because the county owns the one in Rocky Mount at the mills, and they don't charge a rent for it. Wilson owns theirs, Zebulon owns theirs. So there's a $22,000 expense basically in that farmers market for rent. But we've also asked Michael if he would sell the real estate to us, and he's got his reasons why he doesn't want to do that. And where he's coming up with rent, I think, as he explained, is he's looking at, on those tea sheds anyway, if he enclosed them and put doors on them and he could rent them out for mini storage, that would likely be the amount of revenue he could get out of that, $1,700 a month. And that's basically where the figure comes from.
So if we're not going to realize any kind of activity in the next budget year, seems feasible maybe to pull this from the current year's budget, the upcoming current year's budget?
I would think so.
Well, do you want to leave it in there, and before we expend that money, it comes back to the council for approval?
Well, or we can pull it now and come back to the council at such time as we know what we're going to be doing. The council's going to be making the decisions anyway as far as what we're going to do.
I think that would be wise.
And the council needs to recognize that this is potentially something that Sam would need to come back to council for in the form of a budget ordinance or budget amendment.
Right now, everything is up in the air, there's nothing solid.
I would suggest we pull it from this year's budget.
Including the 275?
That's for the parking lot.
I thought the parking lot was $245.
We've got 275 in there for the parking lot and common area. It's included in the 300,000.
In order to have, I mean, as you know, that is a downtown, for all practical purposes, that's a downtown location. There is no parking available around that building. If the parking isn't created, I don't think the tenants are going to be interested in leasing that. I feel we need to leave the money in for the parking lot, because it's going to take time to have that engineered and permitted and built, and we can do that while he's upfitting the building, and then they'll both be ready at the same time.
Didn't we say we could probably do it for less than $245?
Mm-hmm. You know what?
And we haven't had any figures on that. We don't have any, no specifics.
Kevin Varnell says, council, tell me what you want. If you want a curb and gutter and gravel surface, I'll design it. We'll get prices on it. If you want it curbed and guttered with concrete and asphalted, we'll do that.
But at our last meeting, didn't we agree that for the time being, we'd go ahead and gravel it?
It's already gravel. But we'd have to touch it up,
All we got to do is touch it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
The concern with the gravel is, when you don't have parking lines painted in a parking lot, you don't get maximum parking out of it. People park.
Did we say we had the curb and gutter if it was left gravel or not?
You don't have to, no.
No.
And you don't have to curb and gutter it if you asphalt it.
Right.
We can use bumper, whatever you call it, things. Parking bumpers to tell everybody where to park at.
That's a possibility too. But I think it's important for the Nashville Junction project as it's proposed that the council keep in this year's budget money for that parking lot to work toward it.
Or whatever way we do it.
Got 275 in there at this time.
That was not the parking lot. That was an additional grassy area for the stage, apparently.
Yeah, parking lot and grass area, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Do we want to leave it at 275 or reduce it?
Leave it at 275. With your conversations with Lisa Barnes, did she give any indication when she might know whether there was some possibility of funding?
Well, she made it sound like she was going to go check.
She did. I had lunch with her after we met, and it was very encouraging. I said, be honest and tell me the state of North Carolina's finances. She said that North Carolina had been very wise, and that we were one of the better states in the United States.
Whether in COVID.
With the money, budget, and everything. And I was glad to hear that, because I didn't know if teachers might not get a raise or whatever. Retired teachers. I've had people that, they think you can do everything.
Well,
When's the
legislature in session? Because obviously nothing's going to happen probably until...
Well, I think they're in session now.
They are.
When did they go out of session?
Usually September. Sometimes it goes to October if they have a fight.
They have a good fight, and they won't get a budget out. You remember we started school sometimes without budgets.
As far as, we made a request to her for a legislative earmark for, grant money to do a 2-year demonstration on our farmers market where the grant would cover 80%.
And then we talked with that other lady about grants.
Yes. Maureen Brown, who's the actual manager of the Rocky Mountain Mills, and her boss at Cooperative Extension.
Well, I would suggest we leave the 275 in there and take the rest of it out for the flea market. And if things progress faster than we anticipate, we can always come back to the drawing board and make an amendment to the budget.
So if we don't get a grant, that 275 would come out of fund balance. I think you indicated that.
Yeah, we can't borrow money for that because we don't own the real estate.
So we're going to do that? All right.
Well, Larry, you had a list. Why don't you continue?
Well,
then we'll hit everybody's list.
Let me go to page 7. What is, just clarify to me, the capital underline on page 7, the capital for,
Page 70.
So we
Seven.
have to wait till we present it.
And that's up to you. I mean, it's been presented.
That's
It's available online.
Most of that is water and sewer.
what is, that's what that is?
Most of that, yes. We've got the 275, that's also in there.
You can't say
2
anything until you see
vehicles
the budget.
are in there.
Oh, that's in there too?
Yes.
That's the page
Anything that's
we're on
capital related.
Okay.
Among all funds. And I believe the streets, $400,000 for the street improvements.
Is in that also?
So this capital here includes the
All
entire
funds.
budget?
No.
General fund, water sewer fund, everything?
Correct.
That's
All
everything.
funds.
Okay.
Okay, we'll let him finish before I ask about some things.
That's good, okay. Under page 39, page 39. As I was going through this proposal here, page 39, we've got town residents paying more for the base fee than we've got for out-of-town people. I think we need to flip that.
I don't think that's.
Well,
I didn't.
think so. What,
You don't
where
think
are
so?
you looking at? Yeah, so for example, the 5/8 cent meter, the in-town folks pay 19. And the out-of-town is 30 for the 5/8 cent meter.
In town, it's 19,
You know what?
which is $5.39.
It's so
So-
It's
It's
19.
And I've marked all of it.
$19.
$19,
Well,
right.
that's the
But it's-
current one is 13.
Right.
And then,
And this is proposed here, 19. But that's $5.39 increase,
correct.
right?
And then the
Okay.
out-of-town
Then
one
if you go
is
to out of town,
right here, 2464.
you go 2464,
And it
and
goes.
how much is their increase?
Well, it's 536, so what I did was I took the $5.05 and then rounded up to the nearest 50 cents.
So it's approximately the same.
That's the reason why.
Okay, all right, okay. All right. I was just concerned about the base fees for utilities, because we've got, I think somebody mentioned last time we were here, I can pay the increase, but we got so many people here in town that cannot pay the increase. So I'm looking at these base fees, utility fees, to not hit the public residents so hard, because
Do you guys want to have that discussion
We're
now?
looking at approximately a $30 increase
yeah, I mean,
every month.
I mean, not to not include what we just voted on up there, because that increase has got to come back in.
So what we did here is we took the current water and sewer rates
Yeah.
and show an example based on usage. So our current base fee, water base fee is $13.61. We're proposing to go to $19. Our current cost per thousand is for 1,000 gallons of water is $4.18. We're proposing, this budget proposes to take it to $4.50, a 32-cent increase. The sewer base fee is $23.44. We're proposing to take that to $29, which is a $5.56 increase. The sewer per thousand is right now $9.53. We're proposing to take it to $15.50, so that's a $5.97 increase. So if you look at lines 5 through 10, if somebody uses 1,000 gallons, their current water and sewer bill, now this doesn't include recycling and garbage, it's just water and sewer, is $37.05. With the proposed rates, it would be $48 a month. That's a $10.59 increase, or a 30% increase. If you use 2,000 gallons a month, your current bill is roughly $50.76. It would go up to $68. That's a $17.24. That's a $17.24 increase, or 34% increase.
It goes on.
4,000 gallons, which is where a lot of our four-family households fall into place. They're currently at $78.18. They would go to $108. That's roughly a $29.82 increase, or a 38% increase. And you can see the others. The more you use, the greater the fee would be.
What is the average usage of our families?
Probably between 4,000 and 5,000 gallons.
For a family of four.
So the rates that are proposed in this budget to the council are based upon the revenues and expenses that we've calculated for the water and sewer, the enterprise funds. And these rates bring in enough revenue to cover those projected costs.
So I've actually provided, I went back as far as I could go, just a history of the increases. You can see there have not been very many increases. There have been some very minor ones.
Yeah.
There have only been a couple.
So that's
years.
where we are.
That's right.
That's why we're in the hole. And what we just voted to correct that we didn't do last year, how is that going to impact this figure here?
It's
already in it.
It's in here?
Uh-huh.
Okay, all right.
But there again, we're looking at about a $30 increase across the board.
Right, $30 across
And
the
that's
board.
not without the next 1,000 and the next 1,000.
Right.
That's
The
correct.
more you use, the higher your increase.
The more you use, the more you put cost.
So
Okay, but
that's going
our
to be hard to
adjustment-
swallow.
The adjustment you just made
I
is
agree.
in here. Okay.
It's going to be hard to swallow, and I sure do hate to do it. We don't have an option. If we don't raise it and the state comes in, they could raise it even more. It's what I've been told now.
They could care less. They're just going to make the numbers.
But we
work out.
can't function in the hole.
I mean,
And we just didn't get here today.
Right.
And we will have a rate study.
Good.
And if the results of that rate study say, if we have a great year and our plan works, we may be able to lower these fees.
And I think at the last work session, you guys got to see how we got to this point. It began right around 2014, 2015 is when our water and sewer rates no longer kept pace with our expenses.
Right.
And we had a good fund balance for a number of years. And then we hit this year, and I forget which pages it's on, but Sam summarized the 8 things that happened this year. It was an extraordinary year in a lot of ways, and one of the most significant was obviously the weather. We also put forth in this budget that you've guys a 5-year plan for buttoning up our sanitary sewer collection system. And by buttoning up, I mean taking the groundwater and the surface water that's currently in it and sealing it up. So we're only sending sewage to Rocky Mount.
And that should make a big difference.
But it's not going to happen overnight. I mean,
Right.
That's
We've
a
got
multi-year.
we've got to go through the process of getting it implemented.
So our enterprise fund balance is still on the edge. It's still very meager.
It could be closer to 300,000.
And that, when you're talking about water and sewer, is nothing.
Well, we've seen that this year.
And that's why we can't advocate enough for a strong fund balance, whether it's the enterprise fund or the general fund, because you never know what's going to happen.
Right. Unfortunately, we're not.
The way we get that fund balance is going to be to have the rates in place in order to produce something that will build it up each year. So there, it's that push-pull. You're trying to be as...
What'd you say?
But we had enormous drawdowns.
Well, the one last year, of course, we went through, but but we had no choice. We had to use that, and we may have to use more again in the future if we don't take some extraordinary measures to do that. It's a hard thing to find the balance between having rates that you feel like the public can withstand, and at the same time trying over time, because that's the only way you build up your fund balance is a little bit over time. But we saw last year just how quickly it can go away.
Well, Randy just noted back in 2014 when our water and sewer system started going south, we only had a rate increase of 11 cents.
So,
Probably should have done more than that.
Well,
and the year after that, we didn't do anything.
Also, we did not have a rate increase from Rocky Mount this year. Had we, that would have exacerbated the problem.
Yeah, it would have.
Thank the Lord we did.
And see, that's something we can never count
But you don't
on. We never
what's
know.
going to happen.
We're at their mercy.
That's true.
Well,
I believe in 2016 there was an 11% increase. I believe that's when they actually last raised the rates on this. And last year there was an 11% increase, but that was due to sanitation, because I've got sanitation on here as well, so that you can see that number.
Oh, yeah.
So,
We just passed out the increase Rocky Mount gave us. We just passed it on to the residents.
so for the most part, there have been very, very few.
So most of these increases is as a result of what Rocky Mount put on us.
Some of them, not all of them.
Most of them are. And the council itself has not proposed a raise of any substantial amount in quite a while.
Well, it's not popular, and you don't want to put cost on your citizens.
On your citizens, absolutely not.
Everybody understands
and
that.
we have not proposed a property tax increase, but they look at this as,
Is an increase.
so,
Anything they pay to the town, they consider tax.
Yeah.
Right.
So I've got, I've reduced the amount of surcharge that I believe that will be charged next year to 400,000 because our samples came in better. I left the sewage at 2.1 million. But let me just kind of go through. So if we actually were to have a decrease, say we were able to get a handle on some of the I&I and reduce the 2.1, say, to 1.8.
in
That's
this
a three-
upcoming fiscal year.
Yeah, I mean, that's just to kind of, let me just do that real quick.
I'm going to go grab a bottle of water, and I'll be right back.
Just to reduce the expenses by 300,000. That means the sewer rate increase would only need to be $3.36. So just by being able to do that, we can reduce rates.
Okay, tell me that one more time.
So by reducing our sewer charges, our sewer
If we can
charges,
fix that.
Yeah, our sewer charges have ballooned, basically because of the volume of stormwater that's in the
Right,
system.
that we'll be charged for.
Even if we can reduce that cost by 300,000. So I said the increase was, at this time, it's $6. If you reduce that cost by $300,000, the increase goes down to $3.36. So you still have an increase, but the increase is not as high. So you could.
I like
Get
$3 better than
$3 more than
$6, but we've got to get that fixed.
So would we ever really reduce it? I mean, we've never reduced anything, charges.
You mean for what you're proposing, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I've got the 2.1 in there right now.
Okay.
Proposed.
But
I mean, that would help.
if we could
Yeah.
reduce that cost,
And we got things in the plans to
Help us get control of
help us
that
get
cost.
control of that cost.
We're spending money to fix
save
that
money.
so that we can save money.
Right, so
But we don't have a
Yeah.
choice.
Louise, I can't guarantee. I'm hopeful that we will be able to, once we get the costs under control and even them out, that we could have a future rate study that says, yes, you can actually drop your sewer rate.
That would be great if we could do that.
but I would just want to remind you, once again, these numbers don't include depreciation expense, which is a best practice to keep that in. So that $300 decrease that I just stated really should go back to depreciation.
Right.
I mean,
So the citizens will never see it. I'll never see that reduction.
Well, the way the depreciation works, then we put that in the capital reserve fund, and then we use that. to
And then
make
if they have a
system
place where
improvements.
where we had to pull out money for, what was that place to do that? And then the other 50,000 we're having to pull out for that ditch to fix it. We'd have some money to do that. Where now we'd have to dig deeper to find something like that.
Stormwater is separate from the enterprise fund. That's general fund money.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're agreeing to do that?
I mean, it's up to the council where you guys want to put the rates. Just understand, if we get a really wet year again, we're going to be most likely appropriating general fund balance to subsidize the operating expenses for the sewer and water fund, which, isn't a situation that you want to rely upon.
I would like to I would take a gamble on the positive side. Let's go ahead and do that and hope and pray that it works out. Because I just, right. This rate increase is I'm just looking at the people's incomes and what they can pay.
People who can least afford it are the ones who are going to be hit.
Going to get hurt. So I would say we do this, give it a try.
Give what a try now? What do you?
With her reducing the rate down to 3 instead of 6. $3 instead of $6.
So effectively, looking at this sheet, we would be reducing these costs by $3.
basically, so if I were to reduce what I've projected is going to be the sewer cost by $300,000, I can increase the sewer rate by, say, $2.50. Okay. So that would go down to right now I've got $15.50 in there, so we would be reduced by $2.50, so
Right.
$13.
$13.
But in doing that, we would probably have to anticipate another little raise next year, right?
Well,
Unless we fix all the
If we
woes.
fix what we have to fix, may not.
Maybe not.
we're going to have to closely monitor it every single month to make sure. And, if we have a heavy rain and we have a large sewer bill, maybe in December we need to come back and look at this just to make sure, because we don't have any money to spare.
Right.
So,
But I agree with that it is important that we take as much burden off our citizens as we possibly can, knowing that we may have to rob Peter to pay Paul.
Look at it again.
Look at it again. Do you feel that way, Louise?
Well, I hate it. To me, it's just, we've never been up $30 a month, and that includes the waste pickup, the $1.87 for that. I'm just looking at what people are going to see is the increase total. When they look at the water bill, they don't look at garbage pickup, and they don't look at,
They just look at it. They look at the bottom number. They look at the number.
Well, I do the same thing.
Yeah. The rest of it is irrelevant.
But what else can we do?
Well, I think this budget puts together a very responsible plan going forward on how we're going to get a handle on our water and sewer expenses.
And we need to watch every dollar. We spend $15,000 here, $25,000. Just like the calibrator on Old Carriage Road. I hope that produces something for us because we've invested quite a bit there.
Yeah, we have.
Well, it already has in a sense because it's helped us to understand part of our problem that we've had with Rocky Mount, right?
Yeah, and it's resulted in that assumed quantity of sewage going through the pipe when the meter's underwater being reduced from 2.5 cubic feet per second down to whatever our flow meter says is going through, which will likely be in the neighborhood of 1.9, 1.8
Yep.
during those events.
And we do have a multi-pronged approach to try to address, because there's many issues, it's not just one in particular.
Right.
So I'm like everybody else, I'm hoping, we won't know probably until next year exactly where we are, but I think putting this plan in place would at least get us started on the road to recovery.
Going back to the calibrator, is Rocky Mount going to reimburse us for years of overcharges?
Benton Brent told me that was unlikely.
Exactly.
That's money we lost.
I mean, the only way you
I mean,
can
that's money
fight
they
that
got out
battle
of
is go to their council, which would be a battle.
Different question.
So it's just going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting offline for a second while it's in my head. Did you get any response back from the recycling people about coming by 2:15 in the morning?
Yeah, we sure
Are they
did.
doing that?
They've
Yeah,
cut
they
back.
did the other morning.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, Pat Lucy with GFL said, I'm getting my people together again and we're putting a stop to this.
Yeah, they came by my house 2:15 in the morning. Okay. Moving on.
So you're going to
wait a minute.
incorporate into the budget then that reduction we just talked about, Sam, where we're going backing off the 1550.
yep, I've got it in there as we speak.
Okay.
And we can do that by reducing some of the projected expenses on the sewer.
Okay.
So does that keep us on the edge? I mean, we're walking on thin ice as it is.
We're still on the edge.
Still on the edge.
Well, there's some hope and some prayer in this, and that is we again don't have the wettest year in North Carolina history like we had the last 12 months.
Louise, the ice is still cracking. We just ain't fell through yet.
And
And hurricane season is upon us.
That's right.
and I think we've laid out, almost all of our American recovery funds are going to be spent on water and sewer to make improvements.
I do want to also, while we brought that up, we've been getting new guidance every day regarding these funds. They are still identifying towns and villages and cities that were not on that original list to be for allocation. So likely our allocation will be less.
Oh, boy.
Because as they add cities, the allocation spreads.
What that recovery money?
We still don't know how much.
You mean the 1.6?
Correct. We still do not know how much funds. And we
So
have
we
not
still may not
received
get that.
the first payment. So we should receive that first payment before the end of this fiscal year. Hopefully by the end of May is what they said yesterday. But we still don't know how much it's going to be.
Well, the end of May is
So,
next week. End of May is here.
yeah, well, they said within a month.
Well, who gave us the 1.6 figure?
So
Was that
that's
the
the
county?
original list. That was the original figure.
Notification.
But they realized they left some towns out. So now they
Yes.
got to respread it.
So,
Good term.
Yeah, respread it.
We've
We were
not
talking about
allocated
the
all the
American Recovery money.
1.63. We've
May not be
allocated-
1.63, it may be less.
How much of the 1.6 have we allocated?
1.08.
We've allocated.
Yes.
Well, let's see.
We had some breathing room. with
Yeah.
the amount.
All right.
Have you finished?
I'm through.
I wanted to make sure that we do keep the money in there to repair these sidewalks. I don't know where it is, well, especially on Main Street.
Yeah, you walked them yesterday.
Well, I had walked them before, but I watch people pushing their little babies, and I see them bouncing over the little. But they need some help.
So I just based on new information, we did have a company come and look and provide us a
Good.
quote. So originally we were thinking the work to be done, my original projections were based on the assumption that the work would have a 20-year lifespan. In other words, the repairs that we would do would have a 20-year life. So based on the information that we received from the
Slurry pavers.
we're thinking more of an 8 to 10 year lifespan. So that changes my projections. We wouldn't want to take out a 15-year loan on, repairs
Something
that
that
only have a
lasts.
10-year lifespan.
Right.
So I went back and revised my estimates to include a loan over a 10-year, I used a 7-year period, and then revised all my numbers out. And this is what it looks like over a long period of time. It does increase, how much your debt payment is year by year. And you can see in fiscal year, it looks like fiscal year 26, 27, that's when you're going to start having to use general fund balance or general fund dollars to supplement your streets and sidewalk improvement plan. So originally, over a 20-year lifespan, we were looking at 2029, 2030. Now, with those new numbers, it's 2026, 2027.
And do you have a clue what the interest rate would be on this money?
I've still got 3.5
Which
in
is,
here.
Which is
High.
pretty aggressive.
That's high.
It covers us.
Yeah. So there
We're not
should be
being-
some cushion with this. But I also have just projected exactly $400,000 every single year by year. So, and you can see in fiscal year 29, 30, and 30, 31, we don't issue any new debt because these are 7-year loans.
Right.
You start having some loans that fall off, but I've got the $100,000 plugged in there because you've got 2 years of just maintenance. You're still doing some sidewalk improvements, and you've got street maintenance. So you got 2 years of that. So in 29, 30, and 30, 31, those are your 2 years where your general fund dollars are going to be at its highest. So you've got $406,000.
Maybe
General
we'll
fund
have
dollars.
some industries and some more money coming in
And this
by
is,
then.
This is also based on the assumption that your POW fund allocation is decreasing by 2% year by year. So if our POW fund allocation does not decrease, or even it increases, we're
We're
gonna be in
better off.
shape. So this is more of like a worst case.
You
scenario.
be using that to service the debt.
Yes.
Is there any advocacy through the league or otherwise to enhance the Powell funds? I know we're talking about the state's trying to weasel out of it, but is there anything that can be done or encouraged, from our end as far as the council agreeing with other locales to try to preserve those or have some options for municipalities for this type of expense?
It's certainly within our ability to
Thanks.
lobby the league and see if they would advocate that for us. I don't know why they wouldn't.
I know the league last year, because of the last minute nature of the decrease in the funding, everybody's budgets had already pretty much been passed at that point.
Right.
The league did do some advocacy then, so I don't know. They still haven't released any new information as far as will our funding remain at level or will it go back up? I'm hopeful that it will go back up to pre-COVID levels.
Well, that's certainly anything we can do to help encourage them to help us.
Right.
What is it, 145 now? Or less than that,
It
138?
was like 138.
Okay.
And I've got 138 in the budget as well. I left it at a 0% increase, but hopefully we can see an increase there.
Who is our, I don't know if the right word, the liaison or the representative from the league that we communicate with, Randy? Is there a centralized person that we talk to about issues or concerns we have as a municipality?
Yeah, there's a gal that comes a couple times a year and drops in town hall. I forget what her name is right offhand.
Might be good to find it out so we could contact her, you think?
Yeah.
So I've actually changed the number. I've updated that number in the budget. I've got this new number, the 32,000. It was 24, I believe,
The 32 for, okay,
for the new debt number.
okay.
And there was one other change since the last time we met, and this just occurred yesterday afternoon. Well, we're actually pleased to announce that there has been a candidate selected for the Public Works Superintendent position. A very well qualified candidate, but the person comes with a high level of experience in education. And we feel like their salary, they're asking a higher salary than what we have in this budget.
Who's coming?
We've got a vacant position in the Public Works.
Superintendent.
Is that a position that was there before?
Yes.
Or is this a new position?
It was Thurman's old position.
Thurman, okay.
Yes. So to fill that position. So there was an increase in the salary there. So it adds including all the FICA and retirement, it adds $7,500 to the budget. So I've got that.
But he's
number.
qualified and...
Yes.
Now, you said his salary is higher than what the other one had?
Yes. And what we've got budgeted.
How much over what our director is getting? Is he over that?
No.
Okay.
You said an increase of 7,500.
Altogether.
Altogether, 7,500.
And that's in
Where's
the
it-
in the streets budget.
Where's it coming from? Where's it come from?
He's from around here.
I'm not met him.
Oh, y'all can't release the name yet?
Well, I can tell you outside this meeting.
Okay, we'll do that then. Okay.
Do we know him?
I don't know him, but we have staff that know him very well.
Okay.
Okay.
So, just to recap, I've removed the farmers market operating budget, but I've left the 275 in there. I've got the 7,500 in there for the salary.
Okay.
I've got the increased debt service in there.
And the decrease in the water and sewer.
Rates.
So for general fund, all of those, our new fund balance allocation is $608,000, $608,188. So you've got a reduction.
Versus 660.
Correct.
669. Okay.
Give me that number one more time.
Yeah.
608,188.
So 55,000 less. Roughly.
This is our largest fund balance, that we've had in a long time, right?
I can tell you, it's in here.
Well, my reading did save a little bit, didn't it?
It sure did.
I've been scratching this stuff, throwing stuff away.
Well, in 2016, 817 was appropriated.
Do you know what page that is, Sam?
It's in the fund balance tab, probably. It's all the way down to the back. And you might not have this particular, all the numbers that I used for the graph, but I've got that, just kind of throw it out. So in 2016,
115.
in 2016, the appropriated fund balance was 817. In 2017, the appropriated fund balance was 1.3. In 2018, the appropriated fund balance was 745. So,
And you can kind of see in the graph. The blue is what was appropriated. The gold is what was actually spent.
I've got the last 5 years in there on 116, on page 116.
When do we approve this budget? Is it next Tuesday night?
Mm-hmm. That's when the public hearing is.
Okay. And I think we need to make sure that they understand everything very clearly. And I think it's important that we, if we're going to speak about the budget, that we say we and not I. because we've worked on it together. And I just think we need to let them see, especially with an increase, that it's we that worked on it.
Are we going to go line by line like we usually do?
It's up to you guys.
We always have, right?
One year you didn't. You didn't even see it.
What are you doing?
You told me one year y'all didn't even see the budget for any time.
We saw it, but we saw it.
Any other
just
general
before it was
Right,
paid,
right.
concerns?
But we did see it.
It was requested that I provide a full list of all the expenditures for the coronavirus relief funds.
Yes.
So luckily, I submit that information on a monthly basis to them, so I've got that handy.
Okay, that's for the 88,000.
That's right.
Okay.
So we were able to, the first portion, we were able to claim some of the public safety salaries against those funds. So we did that, and some of the HR salary. So the first bit of that is that, and then towards the back is where, the actual expenditures.
So a good part of it was salary.
That's right.
I think we were like most public entities. You got pretty creative on what you used
Well,
it
you
on.
had to.
We still, at this time, have about 10,000 of it left. I've got 5,000 in this budget, the proposed budget. We've got to have it spent by December.
We won't have any trouble doing that.
I've kind of left 5,000 for the rest of the current fiscal year, so we'll see how that goes. And then I've got 5,000 in the general fund for next fiscal year, so it's in there.
At least name two different times, just two pay periods, right?
But yeah, every pay period is on there. Yeah.
Okay, pay periods, okay.
Okay, where are we going to start? What page number? And let's go through it.
Would you like to start with revenue?
Revenues. See how much we have.
Wait a minute, let me get your revenues. What page is revenues?
Oh, it was also, I was also requested to provide information about
Page
CFE
117.
as far as the net loss on that. So, of course, we had a gross loss in revenue, and that amount was $445,000. That's what was projected. But the cost of the town to provide service to CFE is $278,000. So we've got a net loss of $166,000. I'll provide that information as well. You can put that one in your water. It's okay. So I've got my spreadsheet up.
Okay.
So any changes that we make, I can provide to you how that.
Okay, let me get everything in order. My papers are all messed up. I haven't looked at mine, and I have not followed. So the first page number that we're starting on is what number, please?
117.
Say 117, but I can't find it.
It's in my notebook, so here it is. I've got it.
Yeah, you got it on your wide page.
Yeah. Provided
Okay, I
one
got
page.
it.
Did you put in your revised pages later?
Yeah,
It's in the big sheet, too.
I know I got
You need help?
Yeah. Oh, my, yeah.
There we go. I think that's going to be it. Yep, that's it.
I put it in backwards. I know I put it in there.
I'm going to ask you something before you leave.
So let me make sure, because you got your pages mixed up here.
That goes in here.
Yep,
This
that goes right behind there.
This goes.
Yep,
There you go. I had it. I just put it in one place.
it's a lot. A lot of papers.
I can't keep up with Sam's tree killer.
I know. I need to buy a tree farm. Break.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe.
Okay, we'll do so also.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Come out. Glad to hear that. You have a headache. I don't think. I like your shoes. I've got to find me some white shoes. Finding shoes that are comfortable is a challenge. My feet just don't handle it.
Listen, I used to always have so many shoes, and I'm down to flip-flops just about.
I know. And I have to go for comfort.
These are the most comfortable shoes I've ever had.
Or no shoes.
Yeah.
That would be ideal. And at home, that's how I do it. But like that.
I've got to get my grandchildren and...
Brenda, how old is your grandson in Greenville?
my little one is 5.
He's only 5. Is
Right.
that the one you had to go to the program for?
Yes. He got the top award in his class for the year.
Very good.
For some reason, I was
In
thinking it was 9.
pre-kindergarten. But Grandma was there grinning. And yesterday was my little Lucy's birthday. And she's 7, and she's in Ohio. And she wanted me to come so badly because it was her dance recital, too. And I couldn't go. That's that crazy Bart with Braylon and his little... And little Addie was getting some this morning, but I said, I just can't make it.
My kindergartner graduates tomorrow morning.
Oh, so there he is, that little Braylon. That long hair, he's so sweet.
Oh.
He loves his BB. He says, BB, why don't you come down sometime?
You don't spoil them at all, do you? Look at there.
And then if we go out on the boat, are you all right, BB? Are you okay, BB? I said, Brandon, BB isn't old. And if we're going to get off the boat, that little hand's there to help me get off the boat. Like I can't step.
He's a big boy.
My son's walking now.
All right.
Oh, boy. Look at that.
Oh, my gosh.
Doing it.
Lewis. Oh, my goodness.
Well, not long ago, he was here with you, wasn't he?
I know. You were great with Chai. I was going to ask you something, and I didn't want to ask. No, not you. Is our librarian expecting?
Tequila?
Uh-huh.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Our kids are grown.
Huh?
Our kids are grown.
Yeah.
They're adults.
Okay. Maybe it wasn't her I saw then.
Well, you can't walk up to them and say, oh, you bring
You don't dare do that, because somebody might ask me that.
That's right.
Well,
You can't ask.
So you're a
I was
phenomenon.
surprised when Kate announced.
A biological phenomenon.
Yeah, I was surprised too. Kate said, I guess it's bedtime's in. When she blabbed out, she was waiting again.
she's a great mother, though. I have watched her with those kids, different places.
Yeah.
And I think I was telling somebody just the other day, one of the, my friend just found out her son and his wife are expecting twins. And I said, one of the greatest pleasures in life is watching my sons be good daddies.
That is a good pleasure.
It's just a joy.
But my son, he's number one.
Is everybody here?
Yep.
We on that?
Okay, let's hit the road. Let me get started. Okay.
Everybody got their ruler? Good.
And I've got all my notes.
I thought it was very interesting yesterday that Lisa has been keeping, she says she sees what we do, and she said that we made a mistake by not letting the county collect our taxes. I thought that was interesting coming from her, that she believed counties should collect taxes. I just thought it was an interesting statement she made. I didn't get involved with her about it. She just asked me, and I said, well, we decided not to.
How many towns?
Over half, the majority of towns just go on ahead and outsource that to the county.
Yeah, that's
How
what
many
she.
towns would be in her district? She has Jackson County and...
Johnson County.
I'm sorry, Johnson County.
And us.
So there'd be 48 altogether, about?
I don't know.
I mean,
It's a lot.
That's a lot of towns to keep track of.
But she pretty much, she knew what we were doing here.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm impressed.
And, said very positive things and how she hoped we could grow. Because she says that everybody's looking for housing, can't find housing.
Well, we got 100, how many total residents are we projected to get in the next year or two? I added them up yesterday, and where I wrote them down at, I don't remember.
Yeah, they're in here, but...
Yeah,
It's in the revenue. No, it's in plan, 5-year plan.
that's where it was?
Yep.
I must have wrote it right on that sheet.
Well, Sam, do you want to get us started with a review of the revenues?
Okay, so it's just starting, so your new line item, your new sheet, it's got your line items.
Okay.
So just talking about property taxes, so I'm estimating a 3% increase, and I base that on, so we got a preliminary estimate from the county back in March. I compared that to the preliminary estimate that we got in March of last year. It was 3% higher, so I projected a 3% increase.
Okay.
The total taxable value would be $405 million. I'm estimating a 98% collection rate, and I am pleased to announce, so far this year, we've exceeded our collection rate for last year.
Well, good. That's wonderful.
So
Are you going to try to get a third party to collect on that,
Yep, we actually did bid that out. I got 3 quotes back, and so I'm currently reviewing those quotes right now.
so maybe we can recoup some of that money that has been...
Some. They are, some of them won't collect past a certain year. They just won't even look at it. So, like I say, I'm still reviewing some more options.
So this is about a 10-year period, right?
Yes.
That we still can collect on.
Yes. So, that's where I got the 2.3. Motor vehicle taxes. I'm actually, for the current year, we've budgeted 280. I think we're going to collect 300,000 this year, so I think we're going to come in a little bit ahead. I'm projecting a slight bit of growth, so 305,000. I mean, so far this year, we've actually collected close to 290, and that doesn't include May's number. So.
Do they send those to you monthly?
They did. And it comes all year long.
Yeah.
Just like the property taxes, you just kind of get all that in like December or January.
But these, every time I renew my tags and pay it, that's when they send it to you.
Tax, interest, and penalties, not projecting any increase there. Automobile sticker fees, I am projecting some increase there.
Now, we don't have,
We have a sticker fee.
we don't have stickers.
I know, but we have charge a fee.
Where are the
Damn.
stickers?
We discontinued
Where are the
stickers.
stickers?
The stickers, when they stick it to you in your bill.
We did away with stickers years ago.
Pardon?
Well, we're still charging a fee for that. It's being charged by,
By vehicle.
yeah.
But we're just not applying a sticker.
I don't think it's really for a sticker. I think it's called sticker fee,
That's
but I
what it
don't
said.
think that's what
It's got
for.
to have another meaning.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just an additional fee
It's a
that you're
it's a
allowed.
town fee
Yeah.
for use of our streets.
Well, yeah, that's what it is. Well, that's what a sticker fee was anyway for.
The second one's for the street, so we've got a
Residential
general and a street. Okay,
And
that's
Sam,
fine.
of it
what
has
is
to
it
be-
per car? What is that
I
fee?
think it's $12.
12
Yeah,
$12, $12.50.
$12.50.
$12.50.
But part of it has to go to streets.
Right.
Must
Yeah.
be allocated to streets.
Okay,
so that's
good.
why I've got two line
I think
items.
that's when Hank wanted 20. Do you remember that?
Right.
And we
Backed it off to $12.50.
So, current year budget, we actually have, we've exceeded the current year budget, so I'm projecting some increase there. Interest on investments, I'm still.
That's pitiful for
yeah.
everybody.
I actually did open up a new investment account, about $5 million in there. It's starting to yield a little bit. It yields a little bit, so hopefully we'll see some of that pick up. But
where are
I'm
we
not
getting the best
projecting an
interest?
increase. It's through Providence. It's still
Okay.
through Providence, yeah.
You still have monies in the NCCMT, right?
Yes, very little, because actually our
Rates or something?
general fund account is earning more interest.
Okay.
So I pulled it all out
Yeah,
last year.
absolutely.
New line item, federal ICE reimbursement. We've got an undercover cop who we receive reimbursement for his overtime related to Homeland Security projects.
Now, where are you at now? Oh,
Federal
you went all the way
ICE
down.
reimbursement.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
$1,000.
You went way down.
Utility sales tax. So this is based on the league projections. They've projected a 1.25% increase. I'm actually not projecting any increase. Because we've got budgeted 265. I'm thinking we're going to probably collect closer to 255, so I'm just keeping that level.
Okay.
Telecommunication, I'm actually projecting a slight decrease there, as well as on video programming. PEG channel, I've got pretty much level. This is a pass-through revenue, so whatever money we get, we pay it out to the community college to service our video for the meetings.
Okay.
Beer and wine tax, this is something new. We actually should have been charging this all along. I believe we discussed it a little bit last year. We didn't really have a planning director in place at the time to help us out with this. This might actually take a year or two to get this up and running, but we are supposed to be charging a privilege excise tax on beer and wine establishments. So that's what this is for. It doesn't generate much revenue, but
Are you talking about in restaurants?
in like gas stations, anywhere you can, yeah.
Anywhere you can buy beer.
How about the grocery stores?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
ABC tax, I'm just projecting level fund in there. I've got no year-to-date number in there, but there should be something in there. I can look that up for you. Oh, actually, because that's excise tax. We haven't received that yet. We just get like one lump sum payment annually.
Are you talking about the,
Alcoholic beverage excise tax.
Okay.
We've got ABC net profits and alcoholic beverage excise tax. Sales and use tax, I am projecting some increase. I'm projecting 2.5% increase.
so you think the 1,325,000 is pretty solid?
I think so.
Okay.
We've got 1.23 budgeted for the current year. I think we're probably going to hit closer to 1.3.
Okay, there's nothing in the Powell bill line?
That has been moved to a different fund.
Okay.
There's the ABC net profits there. I'm actually projecting a little bit, at the time I projected the level funding.
Yeah, level, good.
State library aid, level funding. I think we're actually getting the maximum amount that we can get. Nash County share.
Find the fees, you lower that a little bit. For the library.
Where are we at?
From 16.5.
I'm all the way up here at the library fund. So I think I don't know why, but we've always budgeted, for some reason we've budgeted 16.5. I think one year they requested 16.5, but the only amount that Nash County will pay, Nash County only pays 15, so That's why
Gotcha.
there's a change there. Yeah, fines and fees, we budgeted 10, but it looks like we're not realizing that. Well, we may actually get 10. This year, we waived a lot of fees, so that's why we came in a little bit under. There is one federal grant. Tequila did already receive another COVID grant to receive, so it's in there already, $1,500. Fire protection contribution, I'm projecting a 2% increase, and that's based on preliminary data from Nash County.
And that
On
includes-
taxable value.
And that includes a 3-cent increase.
Mm-hmm.
Planning and zoning revenue, I've got 7,000 in there. I mean, they're hopping and popping over there right now as far as different things they're doing.
Sean went through town and junk cars. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
He's doing a good job.
He's on it.
Yeah. He's not necessarily making friends, but
Solid waste tax distributions, those haven't come in this year. So I've cut that back a little. Sanitation fee, I've got level in there. We've got a very slight increase in there, but the collection, so we're actually, with the new software, we're restructuring the way those accounts are set up, so I think that's probably a good number. I don't project there's going to be any increase. Because right now, these numbers that we've got here are revenues before collections. They're revenues, they're not collections. So,
When will the new utility bill format start, Sam?
I'm really, the last conversation I had with them a couple of days ago, they're thinking maybe in the next 2 weeks, we'll be able to go live.
How big is that bill, is what I wanted to ask.
It's going to be a page.
So we can tell the tree committee is meeting such and such a date. If you would like to serve on a committee, because everybody will get that, that will be salvation for us.
Our plan was to be able to use the backside for
Public notice.
And I wouldn't mind writing a little short message sometimes.
sure.
To send to the citizens.
like a town newsletter, or we could have a section there that says like a
And maybe
message from the mayor.
different council people.
Well, I think you need to send something out at least every month.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We can do that.
We'll
I
have the
mean,
means.
my gosh, I'm used to writing one every week when I was a principal, but I think it doesn't need just to be me. I think they need to see positive viewpoints from everybody.
Just keep people up to date.
Right.
And
Okay.
we'll have a proper envelope. I mean, just even that.
Just let
alone.
me know the first time we do it, and I'll write something.
Hopefully, like I say, hopefully it's coming soon.
Okay.
But I, considering how slowly this thing has gone, I'm going to continue to go slow and test things out before
We do it.
just roll
Okay,
out.
that's great. Just let me know.
I hope that we're having some problems with the postal service.
Yes.
I mean, my neighbor this month had an issue. He got his the day after it was due. I mean, the final cutoff date.
15 days to get from here
Oh, you
to.
mean the water bill?
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Oh, yeah, it's terrible.
And I've been getting mine late, but not that late.
And I've been getting other people's mail.
You know, don't say
Yeah,
that, because I
that
retired
happens
from
a
the
lot.
post office, and I'm gonna tell you the truth, I
And
can't.
not everybody is good about trying to get it on to the
I
person.
want the
They'll just dump it in the
post
trash
office.
can.
Right.
Well,
It has.
this new software will have, they can actually log in and get their whole bill with this.
So you're going to put that on there
Yes.
the first time to let them know.
So people who can and like to do things like that, they can do it. It could even be emailed to them if they so choose.
Great.
I'm really just been so waiting impatiently for
I'm
this.
excited. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Please don't y'all talk about my post office so bad.
Sale of cemetery lots. It's really hard to project that. I mean, there's no.
We don't know
up
when
and
people are
down,
going to
yeah.
know. We've got to take up that discussion sometimes, but anyway.
So all of those are just kind of level numbers for the cemetery. Stormwater fund reimbursement, that's the loan repayment, $40,000, you see it in there. Registration fees, we did increase that to $5,000. Like I say, we're proposing to charge a fee, just a cost to, just to cover the costs.
Right.
Donations to recreation. So this is a question mark item. We may want to relocate this to a different line item. This was an anonymous donation from a private citizen that the town can use wherever it so chooses. You know, we had thought to use it for the farmer's market or for the parking lot upfit, but we could choose to use it elsewhere. But
It's just great that we have it.
When did we find out about that?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
When did we find out about the 40,000?
Maybe.
Well, if I say when, then it'll be known who it is. I'll tell you after the meeting,
Okay,
Louise.
so that's just a donation we could use for whatever?
Yes.
Is that something we would vote on?
That's why Sam
Yeah, I
mentioned, we have it slated here for recreation if you want to use it somewhere else.
So they didn't specify, they just said
Correct.
this is
Was the donation?
We've got it in the general fund.
It was 40.
Basically.
40,000?
At this time.
Yeah. We haven't received it yet, but the donor said as soon as you need the money, want the money, let me know, and
Okay.
you'll have it.
Well, we made somebody happy in town. We wouldn't have.
Tree City USA grant. So this is one exception. It was said before, and I said it a million times. We usually don't allocate grants until we haven't received a grant letter, but we've pretty much been told we are going to receive this grant, so the money's there, but we won't spend this. There is some associated expenditure in the recreation budget for this Tree City grant, but we won't spend it until we get the money. Farmers market revenue, we put 5,000 in there. We probably would just need to cut that.
We don't have any idea what it's going to be.
In fact, let me just have a
It may be
look.
zero.
The reimbursement from the enterprise fund?
So annually, the enterprise fund basically owes the general fund for services rendered by the general fund.
Salaries.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what that is. Trying to find that number and change the number. Here it is. I apologize.
Going back to that 11,000 for the Tree City, that's money we have not received.
That's correct.
Okay.
So typically, I would not budget this. However, we've basically been told by the agency that we are going to receive this grant.
Could some of those monies be used for a second opinion, the arborist?
Once we get them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, could that,
What was the plan to?
Actually, this is to do those assessments on all right-of-ways throughout town.
but, I mean, since that is a concern, the amount of money that we might have to expend for a second opinion, that could be a source of the funding, right?
Could be. There is some match, and it's in the recreation budget.
Let me ask a question. Talking about trees. The trees along Washington Street coming through on 64, those are state-owned trees.
Right.
What about the trees in the other side streets of Nashville, like Church Street and all the?
Those are town trees.
Those are town trees.
Mhm.
Okay. The reason I bring that up, we're talking about when storms come around, right around the corner from you, as you come into my house, those two, not only Mr. Adams' house, but when his house had that tree to come down on it, the two houses right down the street from me,
Had trees there.
it went through there because they're working on them right now today, trying to repair them. So we've got a bunch of trees in the city, in the town streets
Yeah.
that probably need to be looked at too.
So the two down the street from you those are actually private trees because they're
They
on the
were private.
back side of the sidewalk.
That's right. It has to be on the front side of the sidewalk.
Typically.
That's right. Okay.
It's kind of a rule of thumb, and now
Yeah, I got you.
it's not 100% applicable everywhere.
What about Alston and First,
Alston is a straight,
State Street?
and First Street is
And First Street
is
is
a
state.
state route.
So those trees,
If there
depending
are,
on where they are,
yeah.
would be DOT.
Okay. Thank
$400,000 for the loan proceed to do the street improvement. $270,000 for the in capital reserves. Basically, we're using capital reserves. And to find the list of the items that that make up the 270, we can go back to the beginning. This list, that major items funded, it's in there. I've listed out. So that transfer from PAL funds, that $23,900 has now changed to $32,465, and that's the debt service payment.
$32.65.
$32,465. The transfer from CRF funds, those are the coronavirus relief funds. And then the appropriation from fund balance, which I took out the farmer's market revenue, so that is now $613,188.
Where we at? Appropriations for
Fund balance,
fund balance 661. That's reduced to what now?
$613,188.
613,188. Okay.
The street loan proceeds, what did you say the interest rate was on that?
It's 3.5 that I've got budgeted. MSD, I'm projecting the same increase in MSD revenue for property tax. I believe it's 3%. Interest on investment.
What year is our next reval?
25.
25.
And then we're going to use some fund balance to do those projects. So, a little bit of interest in Fund 30, non-sufficient fund fees. We're going to start charging more NSF fees. Right now, we're not charging them on certain e-checks and loan payments. We're going to start having a lot of those. A lot of more. I think with the new software, we're going to have more NSF fees. So that's why I've increased that number. Service initiation fees, just kept that level. For water revenue, the number I have does take into account the CP closure and also the increased rates. Sale of water, that's just the bulk water. When people buy that, we don't do much of that. And then same with the sewer. There's a decrease due to the CP closure, but also an increase due to the increased rates. The sewer surcharges, we've got another large industrial user that we're going to start charging, so we've increased the number there, and our fats, oils, and greases charges will go in here as well. So that's why that's increased.
Good. Have they been notified?
They have not. We've got a lot of work to do just to even get that program up and running. So, water and sewer taps, late charges and penalties. Last year, for a large part of the year, we couldn't charge those. This year we can. So, and then $40,000 from the capital reserves, and that's just for the vehicle.
The late penalties is that much? 90,000? The late penalties? Okay.
Is this from utilities? I mean, that.
So Sam, that sewer revenue will go down if we reduce that sewer rate.
No, I've actually, so I've already got it in here. The new number for sewer is $2,760. It reduces by $300,000.
Right.
$2,760,000.
Stormwater revenue, keeping that level. And we've got we're using some general fund capital reserves to do one of the projects for Indian Trail. Fund 41, That is, we're going to transfer $125,000 from the general fund into our general fund capital reserves. That's what that 125 is. But we're also using 165 of it because we're transferring it in, we're transferring it back out to use the project. PAL funds, I've got revenue in there at 138. Hopefully we'll come in above that. Fund 43, once again that $40,000. So you see, I've got no revenue really coming in. We're not adding any money into our enterprise fund capital reserves this year. Revenues just don't allow us to do that, but we are using some, and that's the $40,000. Fund 44 is the police special revenue funds. I know that we've got a big payment coming down the line from federal, and we usually do, right now, this year we've got about 5,000 we've done in state. So I think 10,000 is a good number there. Fund 60, this is our coronavirus, our American funds. Now, I want to let you all know that new guidance that's come out, I've got to change the numbers. I've got to change the line items here. I'm not allowed to use the same line items. I can use the same fund, but I can't use the same line items that the coronavirus and relief funds went in. So there will be some change in line items.
But it would just be the line items.
Yeah. The numbers will be the same, just different lines.
You just move to another line item.
Right.
Create a line item.
And you said these amounts may not be.
That's right. So I've got 815. So we're supposed to receive the first allocation this year, and then the second. This will be the second allocation.
Okay. But those are iffy because so many other cities are being included, right?
That's right.
So we don't know what we can count on.
Not yet.
We don't. Hopefully, as soon as I know, as soon as we find out. But so you see the 1.084, that is what we've got budgeted to use next year. So depending on what we find out, that might have some impact. Fund 68, the $100,000, that's the fire tax revenue. Fund 72, that's basically we're transferring a bunch of that American Recovery Act money, all but 5,000 of it, into Fund 72 to do water and sewer capital projects.
We can do that with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, pretty much have carte blanche for water and sewer projects.
If we get it. What about the flex fund?
So there's no revenue associated with it. It's basically in and out. You'll never see it, ever. I just had to make you aware that there is a new fund. It goes on the balance sheet.
What's an example of something that would go through that fund?
So if you're an employee and you have flex spending funds, we take the money out of your paycheck. We basically put it into a holding account. We can't claim it as revenue because it doesn't belong to us. It's actually a liability.
It's trust and agency.
Yeah, it's a trust fund, pretty much. And then we have to pay, you go to the doctor, you get a claim, we pay it out on your behalf. The only time we would ever realize revenue on it would be A, interest, because the bank account does earn interest, and B, occasionally the employees don't use all of their flex monies. So my idea was at the end of a certain period of time, we take all the monies that the employees forfeit, and we give that back to like the HR department to use for like employee wellness programs or something like that. Because Lou has been trying to get a wellness program up and running for many years, and just there's never been any funds for it.
And most employees, they maximize
They pretty much use
they
it.
get that money.
Pretty much use it.
They use it.
But like, say if you left the town, you lost the money. So. Okay. Looking at the council's budget, we did cut travel. And we did cut supplies. Everything else is level funding.
Wasn't that cut before this budget, though? I mean, the new budget?
I don't think so. It seems like your supply line's been $1,500. It was $1,500 in 2021, 2020, and 2019. And then in 2018 it was 500. But travel lines were actually higher in that year, 1,500. They've been 1,000.
Okay.
So yeah, we cut it. We cut it this year.
Because last year was
Cut.
more
It was tough to travel.
tough to travel. Nobody used it.
For the admin salary or admin budget, it's an overall decrease of $1,400. We had to cut our software, our social media retention software and transcribing software to make those budget numbers go.
Which is concerning, but
We're still working on the codification project. So there's still some funding in there from Unicode for that in professional services. And you see $2,000 in there in mailing and printing. We would like to update the town's brochure. So right now, anytime a new person comes in and sets up service, they're new to the town, we give them a brochure, just, an informational that tells about the town's services and things of that nature. It looks like it was made in 1996 or something like that. It's very old. The information's not correct. We'd like to actually get a nice brochure together.
And on the brochure, tell them opportunities they can serve the town.
Yeah.
Serve on committees and things.
Yeah. So we just got some money of that
Good.
to get that going.
Good.
$450, that's the HR budget. There was a $75 decrease overall. It's pretty much level funding.
Will the health insurance go up for staff next year?
I think it did.
I don't think so.
well, we put a budget increase in here. I don't know if we know what it is yet.
I think there were actually some decreases in it.
I think it's back on page 10. What we
$6,800 per person. Because last year we budgeted $7,000, so it's a small decrease. Retirement, of course, went up.
Yeah.
And code was in there.
What is the ancillary?
It's like telephone,
Okay.
postage, internet,
Yeah.
any of those services, just general services that you have to pay for. Finance department, budget decreased mainly because of the financial software. I reduced my travel also. There's nothing really increased there. 490 budget, there was a slight decrease there. We did actually, it was due to the, what was the project last year, Randy?
well, it's the
75,000?
comprehensive plan.
The comprehensive plan, so we cut that out. But we did add 45,000 back in for minimum housing. So that's that big thing.
Did the 75,000 from the comprehensive plan come from fund balance or from the planning budget?
It came from the planning budget, if I
Okay.
remember right.
I think we used capital reserve for that.
Okay.
Capital reserve funds to pay for that.
As opposed to their budget?
It was
Okay.
in their budget.
Yeah, under professional services.
Okay.
You see the current budget's 84,000, that reduces down to 10,000. That's that $70,000. The 500 budget, that's the public buildings budget. Salaries did increase. Like we said, we're adding a full-time position there. In buildings and maintenance for the town hall, we've got painting and paint for the town hall welcome signs. We've got a little bit of money in there for landscaping. We've got some money in there for landscaping at the battleship.
That needs some help.
Did anybody notice what the guys did yesterday out front
From
here?
the library. It's
It looks good.
beautiful.
Looks good.
Looks really pretty.
They did a good job.
I didn't know they could do that.
Yeah.
They did a great job.
Did you brag on it?
Well, I just saw it right now,
We
so I
brag
will.
on it. And I will too. Everybody wants to feel bad.
Police and fire, buildings and maintenance, a little bit of paint and repairs and landscaping, roof repairs. For the library and town council chambers, we've got $1,000 for LED bulbs, generator maintenance, landscaping, and gutters and sump pump.
LED, you get that later.
What's that?
You mentioned LED bulbs.
Yeah, we've got 1,000 in there.
That's for what?
For the library, for this building.
For this building, okay.
It looks like the utilities are down.
Yes, we've already done a couple of buildings. Hopefully we'll see that. It does, it saves money.
Have we got any here for the fire department too?
They'd actually
They just did it.
They were able to do it with their current funds.
So they did do it?
Yep.
Okay, good, okay, all right.
Public Works, building maintenance, just the roofing repairs, and just $1,000 just for some miscellaneous repairs. Equipment maintenance, I've got $12,000 in there. That is service on the servers, the computer servers. That's how much it costs to service and back up those servers.
And we should not have to spend a lot of money on garbage trucks this year, should we?
We already have to start putting money
Aside for a new one, yeah.
Did we get the other one fixed?
Yeah, the one that broke down had a broken hose.
That's all it was?
On South Creek. Yeah, unfortunately, the guys didn't realize it till they drove a little bit.
Strode all everywhere.
Did we ever sell the old one that?
No, it's out at the old sewer treatment plant yet.
Okay. No takers.
No, we'll put it on Gov Deals, and if nothing there, then we can always take it to the scrapyard.
Contract services has increased because we're adding this includes pest control and the fire system maintenance, but we've got to add the recreation building this year. So that's why that number's increased. Capital improvements, police and fire, that's the HVAC unit. Capital improvements for parks, we've got $20,000 in there as the contingency.
What line are we on now?
10,500, 7330.
Let's say 500, okay.
7330.
Down here. 10,500, 7350.
It doesn't look like it's on there. I don't know where it went, but it's right here. Anyway, the number is, it's 7330. I don't know where it went off your sheet. I printed the
Is your
exact-
page 125?
It's just, it skipped it. But anyway, the number is 43,000. I'll have to check and see what happened with that. I had to do a lot of formatting.
Are you on 127, page 1?
Yeah, but I don't see the line item on
I
the
didn't
sheet.
see it either.
So I
It goes from 171, 7274.
It's here.
It's there.
It's here, so I don't know what but anyway, there's 20,000 in there for the Glover Park contingency, and then 23,000 for the zip line. So the total of that
I
line
got
item
it,
is
I got it,
43,000.
Here it is.
And what page?
Oh, it is in there. Okay.
125.
Okay.
And
7330.
I was telling Randy when I went to the upper
Coastal Plains
Coastal
Council of
Plain, there was a lady at the meeting from Gaston Lake area, and she requested for some funding for a park, something for their park, children's park. So I said, we could try and request something for the zip line, maybe. Get some
Yeah,
help.
Coy spoke with Ron Tonley
Good.
about that, and he said, we're looking. We don't know of anything right offhand other than part out funding.
We need to find out how much they give us.
So it didn't sound like Lake Gaston they were gonna find a source for them for their.
Since we brought the zip line up, I mentioned it to Randy already. What happened to my interest in getting a splash pad at the park? Seems like every year we shoot right over that one. Now all of a sudden we got a zip line for $23,000. The splash pad don't cost $23,000. What happened to the splash pad?
Well, I think it was my understanding we were holding out. We thought we were going to get an area for a park, not like down in the the swampy area, and that was part of the plan to put one there. And that,
But we already got it. Mike Stocks Engineering has already gone out to Glover Park and laid out a place to put the splash pad.
see, I didn't know that.
That work has already been done.
4 or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago, and that every year it gets dropped off the map.
But see, I didn't. That's the first I've heard about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't know where either.
We've
How
done.
much was it? How much did they say it was going to cost?
It's at the town hall somewhere. Matter of fact, this past weekend, you don't know her. Y'all may remember the lady we used to have in.
Marguerite.
No, not Margaret. Samantha.
Samantha.
She had a funny name. She left us and went to my sister's house. She came from my sister's house and went back to my sister. Well, I saw her this weekend. And she did all the work for me because I went and got some stuff from another town up there, out from Charlotte. We went to a league meeting, and we were going around the different towns and saw how they were improving. And the guy had a beautiful splash pad there. And he gave me all the paperwork, all the contacts. I brought it back and gave it to Samantha. She explored the cost and everything, but we can't ever seem to get it.
So I
on.
wonder where it is.
We can't ever
that
seem to get it on the
information.
budget. It's on a folder somewhere.
Wasn't it about 250,000?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't nothing like that. No.
It may have been, but what the kind Coy's looking at now is a pump and dump.
Oh.
So you don't have any reservoir underneath of it, to capture the water. It's like opening up a fire hydrant. You let it run. But there's sensors on it, so if the kids aren't there, they shut off.
It was shut off automatically.
Maybe you just see if Corey has it in his files. We'll see.
I'm just concerned that we don't never explored all.
Well, that's the first I've heard of it.
Well,
really.
I know it is for you, and probably for you.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you remember Louise. I talked about it some years ago.
I remember it when Marguerite was here.
Yeah, I mean we've done all the legwork for it, but it never. And then when I saw, and I did go to Red Oak and looked at their zip line. It's a nice zip line spot, just far off the ground. I sit there and watch the kids play on it, but I'm wondering what happens to the splash pad.
Wonder, like when Coy has something in his file somewhere maybe that might.
Yeah. Do you want us to find the cost and we can get it out to you between now and next Tuesday?
I'd appreciate it if you would. And I mean, we had already decided. I picked out the things that we were going to, the little things you put on the pad. That had everything worked out, but it never came to a budget. So, and you don't have to get the most expensive one to knock it out.
Okay, thank you.
Police,
The police.
they have requested 5 additional positions. Those positions were not funded. They did apply for a grant though, so maybe they would get 2 of those.
But the grant will not only fund that. What for? First year altogether, second year
75%.
75%, and third year 50,
50,
and
I think.
and fourth year is on us.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay, where are we now?
So we tried to keep their budget pretty level. We did do some cuts.
Travel and education is up.
For them.
And equipment maintenance, what is that? It went from 2,000 to.
So travel and education is 5,000.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, 'cause-
recommended. Okay.
yeah.
Request. I was gonna.
they requested 13. We kept it at 5. And what was the next question?
Equipment maintenance.
Vehicle maintenance, yeah. And
So they requested 22, but we kept it level at 17.
And the equipment maintenance, what was that? They were asking 27,000.
That was the high water vehicle.
Okay.
So we cut that. We cut the second one. Gas, oil, and tires, we did increase the funding. Well, we actually decreased it. They asked for 71. We cut it back.
To 50.
And I'm wondering with gas prices, is that realistic? I mean, they're just going up.
I don't know if we need to cut that back or not, because
So far, I think that they're only going to spend 40,000 this year, so it's an increase over what they've.
okay.
So maybe 10 will do it, huh?
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on that. I don't want to give too much because
Yeah.
it ends up being reallocated
Or they'll spend
to
it.
other things.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Anyway, supplies, level funding there. They asked for extra money in safety. They've not really spent anything that they have this year, so we just cut their request.
3,000.
Level funding for uniforms. Level funding for dues and subscriptions. I mean, just pretty much level funding all the way down. They had some equipment last year. They're not getting any equipment this year, but we did increase their funding for the vehicles by $10,000.
And radios.
And the radios. 530, their budget's got an overall decrease, and that's due to the vehicles that they purchased last year. They're not purchasing any vehicles, but they did get the salary study this year. Pretty much level funding all the way down. They did ask for some increases in their dues and subscriptions, because one of their dues is going to have an increase this year. And software, one of their, is the TriTech CAD software. The county, they use the county system, and the county's converting to a new system, so the fee's going to go up. Yeah, pretty much level funded there. Central maintenance, it's a decrease. We cut the software. Last year, we had money in the budget to purchase fleet maintenance software. We looked at some software. They didn't like it, so we just cut it out. We do have some money in there to do an LED lighting upgrade at the shop. $3,000. It's pretty much level funding. 560 is the streets budget.
Hold on, fire department.
Yeah.
You left equipment maintenance. You cut them down pretty strong, didn't you? From 25.5.
They requested an increase. So part of that money, the $24,000 that they got for the current year, is for the high water vehicle. They requested an increase. They said an increase due to the ladder truck maintenance. So we did take that into account. Prior to the high water truck, their allocation was $7,000, so it's a slight increase, but it's not as much as they requested.
And vehicle maintenance is less?
Well, they've got 3 new vehicles,
Okay.
so.
Okay.
Yeah, the Chief's old Suburban, that thing had something wrong with it every time you got into it.
Probably have to go back to this one. I don't think 10,000 will be enough, but we'll see.
So you think gas, oil, and tires will stay even? 18,000?
So we've got level funding. Like I say, I don't want to increase it too much, because if they don't use it, it gets used.
So if they need more, they'll get more.
Yeah, we can always come back and revisit that. 560 streets, that was a huge increase, $400,000 due to the street sidewalk improvements. We also reallocated a position to this budget. Brent, who's currently being paid out of stormwater, he's now moving to the streets budget because he's going to be taking on more streets duties.
Who is it?
Brent Langley. Trying to see major highlights of this. Some of the lines have increased due to we added the street sweeper into this budget as well.
Okay, that would account for a slight increase in
Yeah.
gas, tires, and oil.
Yep, and equipment maintenance.
Maintenance, yeah. Okay.
We've got the Christmas tree in this budget as well, 5,000 of it.
In the streets budget?
Yes.
Okay.
And the other portion is in MSD.
MSD. We've got 35,000 in here to replace truck 105. 580, that's sanitation. We've separated out transfer station fees and yard waste disposal fees into 2 separate line items so we can keep better track of where our costs are going. but it's level funding there. It's level funding for trash cans. We always seem to be on a shortage of those trash cans. They're always on back order. We have a really hard time getting those from the supplier.
Someone asked me, since we got a new garbage truck, would we be getting new trash cans?
We can't get them fast enough. I mean, we have a waiting list
Yeah.
of people who need a trash can.
I still have an old one, just saying.
Yeah, I mean, they are on back order, and they're constantly on back
I
order.
had one with 3 wheels for a while, but I got a new one finally.
Please don't get any from the supplier that Halifax County's got.
The color.
Them the ugliest,
What color are
ugliest
they?
trash cans in the world.
Neon green?
Is it?
Bright orange? or
It's bright
something?
orange.
I mean, just,
They glow in the dark orange.
You can't miss it, right?
You go out
You
to the
can't
trash
miss it.
can
No
tonight.
excuse for missing
You
my
can't
garbage.
miss it. That's right. You can't. But it's the ugliest things. I tell you the truth.
Can I ask a question real quick, Sam? The transfer station fees, 160. Year-to-date for this year, we're looking at 189. So,
I need to look at that again because I think somebody has an open purchase order out there
okay,
that's included in that 189.
okay,
And probably we don't need all of that.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we haven't been made aware of any increase in the transfer fees.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, that 189, it includes transfer station and yard waste. So next year we're splitting it out.
Gotcha. That's right, I see it now.
590, the stormwater budget has moved to a new fund. 620, recreation budget. I know you all wanted to dig a little bit deeper into this one. The salaries did increase because we're adding a program supervisor at the full-time level there. We're ramping up the part-time salaries. We probably could cut that down a little bit because part of it was for farmers market, to service farmers market. So
Is that something that comes before the council, or you just create another position? I mean,
Well,
whether
it's-
we have a full-time,
it's not going to create. It's a vacant position at this time.
okay.
It's not a new position. It's vacant. It's been vacant since the last person left. He went to go work for the county, right?
One of them did, the other one went private.
Yeah,
But that was when we had a full Parks and Recreation program.
that's right.
Right.
So So he used to have two other full-time positions, but we're just adding back the one. Because he's getting, the person who's working under public buildings is now going to be under the direction of Coy. So this kind of helps. So we used to have 3 people, full-time employees, under the recreation. Now we can do with just 2, because public buildings is now under Coy, and Coy can use the person who does public buildings also to help out with some of that.
Okay, question.
It's like
maintenance, park
yeah.
maintenance and stuff.
Cemetery is also under him, so
Exactly, Randy. So we need to understand this new organization, because, if cemetery is coming under Parks and Recreation now, and,
public buildings as well.
we probably need
So you want to have that discussion right now, what that looks
well,
like?
yeah. I mean, because that's new to us.
Sure.
It is. So the reason we went this route, or we're proposing to go this route, is to really try to solve several problems the most efficient way without adding new positions. So we're actually being able to reallocate the positions without having to add anybody. So we've got cemetery, which they do a lot of mowing and things of that nature. So the person who does cemetery will have one full-time person doing that, and we'll have part-time as well. And they'll do the cemetery, but they'll also do the parks. So, while they're out there, they can have just a whole schedule of mowing. And the part-timers that Coy uses, for other things, can also do mowing. So we can just use all of the part-timers to help out.
And I think in doing what you're doing, it keeps people busy and not so much downtime sometimes.
Yeah, and yes.
Now, didn't this new position that Cora is getting, didn't you list that in the organizational chart that you put in here?
Yes, I wonder, I have to look.
It's in there.
Yeah, I think it's in there, but I need to make sure that the new layout's right.
Yeah, I think it's in the organizational chart.
But the public buildings, so we have a need for somebody to be kind of in charge of servicing the public buildings. Just, when you have a work order, something that needs to be done in the building, we now have somebody who can take care of that. And also helping out with getting quotes and bids and things of that nature for the public buildings.
So you don't have to call and wait or take somebody off of a job.
Somebody to stay on top of it.
So Chris Aycock is going from cemetery to
Public buildings.
He will also still be assisting with the cemetery. So so he's really good at the cemetery administration piece of it. That's what he really likes to do.
I was going to say, he's been doing that a long time, and to lose that corporate memory, so he's still going to be involved.
Still going to be doing that. And we've got another plan. So the new software has a component. We really need to get our cemetery records digitized
On the computer.
and organized, because they are not safe the way they are. They're falling apart and crumbling.
They're that old.
And so that's something that he can do in his downtime as well, if he can, familiarize with the software. But
Right now, we don't have a person designated to oversee any kind of maintenance going on in our public buildings, which are
Well, Lee, but, he's pulled
trying to...
4 different ways.
Right. Okay.
So, but you feel like the cemetery will be covered, because everybody's going to, that has pretty much been covered in the past, and they want to make sure it's maintained.
yeah, we're going to treat it as sort of like a park, part of our cultural resource. And so that's how it will be.
But it's more than a park.
End-of-life cultural resource.
It is, really, yes.
But yeah, Kim assures us, you give me 2 part-timers, like I said, you'll be pleased with the results. So he's gung-ho to take charge of the cemetery maintenance.
Okay. Was it?
But when people want to find out about lots and whatnot, they will come to the town office and...
Meet with Chris.
Yes.
And those records are pretty much intact. If
They're
you
there.
need to research something.
Yeah.
Because lots of things
Okay,
were
you got
bought years ago.
If somebody come inquire about the cemetery, they need to go to Chris.
Yes.
So if he's out,
That's no different.
So if he out in the field doing some work and stuff, we got to call him in.
Well, the good thing about when we finally get it up digitized, all the vacant lots we'll have in the software. So Samantha can
do that.
Can do it now, rather than having, because right now what we have to do is the person has to stand there and wait for Chris to come, and he goes and looks at the book, and then
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
it's too much.
You don't need
it's
that.
It's not
effective.
professional, or
Yeah.
it doesn't look
Not
well.
efficient.
So now, if we can get it up and running, anybody can just
you can
pull it up.
Okay. All
They're
right.
already waiting for Chris to get there to...
Yeah.
I didn't think waiting for Chris would be a good idea.
So when did we expect to have them digitized? Because right now we still depend on Chris, right?
Yeah, and it's going to take a while. I don't know, how many years of records is that? It's a lot. One by one, it's going to have to be manually entered in there. It'll take a while.
It'd be nice to scan it all in and have some software that could arrange it in different fields and columns, but most of it's handwritten.
Communico could do it, but for a fee.
Yeah,
High fee.
very costly.
And we talked about an intern coming in and helping out with that. We talked about a volunteer, maybe that has somebody that's got some passion with genealogy and maybe familiar with a lot of the family.
Sometimes colleges have like summer interns, some young people that are looking for some summer jobs to help do things, and they're good for those types of tasks.
If you guys know anybody who's big into genealogy and looking for a challenge, a
I'll
project.
talk to Ross
Ross?
He's very much into that.
We've got $42,000 in here for the recreation master plan. We put the lights, utilities back into this budget, trying to keep all the,
Boy,
yeah.
I missed that out there. Sorry.
Travel and education, he's asking for $2,000. He says annual conference, CPRP certification, USAA archery. So that's what he plans to spend those funds on.
On mine, it looks like equipment rental line item is in here twice.
Yeah,
thank you.
So our new software, every time when they do their budget request, they do it. Everything that they put in there, they can put a number by it, and but the bad thing is it populates each line too many times. So I try to take all of those out.
So one will come
Yeah,
out.
but there might be some.
Like ancillary was in there twice or
Yeah,
something.
it's
yeah.
the one that's bold that you need to look at. So I do apologize. I tried to get them all out.
If I may interrupt, Coy just called. He said a splash pad for a 50 by 50 splash pad for a pump and dump one is $150,000, and you can
So that's the low end, pumping up.
yeah. No heat, but most of the kids running through that stuff don't care. The water's 60
Because it's
degrees.
usually hot when you're there.
That's why I know the one that we were looking at, Larry, before, it was more like 250 because then it was hefty.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, some question, I guess.
20,000 for program supplies. 19,100 for the Tree City. That's dependent on that. It includes the $8,000 grant match for the grant that we're talking about. Contract services. So we have an increase here because our karate instructor used to do that for free, and now he's not willing to do that, so we have to pay him. And then one computer and supplies would be needed for the additional position. And we've got $1,000 in there under capital outlay other improvements. That's to do the concrete pad for the Boy Scouts project that we wanted to do.
For the shade shelter at Glover Park, playground equipment. Have you guys seen the Eagle Scout project at the cemetery?
I have.
The Prayer Garden?
I went out and sat in the prayer garden. It is very nice.
At the cemetery?
Mm-hmm.
Down by the pond. Down.
Okay. Yeah, I've never seen it.
I do think that we could probably cut down the part-time salaries. I mean, if we're not doing if the farmer's market is not in there, I do think that the farmer's market part-time salaries could be reduced.
This has nothing to do with our budget right now, but do we have town little, like, where I can write thank you notes from the town?
On stationery?
Uh-huh.
We can get you some.
But I just think when people do stuff like that, we need to send them, and special stuff, I need to send them. I can get some myself. I just didn't know if we had any.
What do you think about recognizing them at the beginning of the
I think we need to do that
June
too.
1st council meeting,
Mhm.
now that it's finished?
Yeah.
Get some recognition and praise.
Right.
Add it to the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to reduce the funding for our part-time down to $40,000.
From 55.
Now, where is that?
Back at the top of the page, part-time salaries on 131 for Park and
reduce it to
Rec.
40,
Okay.
you said?
Yeah.
40? Okay. All right.
Yeah, that 55 sounds like we had a robust outside parks and recreation program.
Well, yeah, we were bumping it up for that and also for cemetery, to add part-timers to help out with cemetery.
And farmer's market.
So there's a lot that falls under the parks and recreation umbrella now.
Now, I know I'm going back to the same thing I asked Sam, but when I look under the 2022 recommended column for equipment rental, I'm seeing 14,400 two times.
So it's not been added twice. Only the one that's bold, is
So that
actually there.
second 14.4 is not included in this total.
Correct.
So none of mine are bold. I mean, they were.
Mine not either.
It's
But
like I say, I tried to get them all out.
anywhere there's a double listing,
Okay.
only
That was a
one of
page.
them-
All in
only
one
of them is
count.
counted. Okay.
That's just the way the software prints out.
Okay.
The computer's frozen up, and I really need to get to see it so I can get all my notes off to tell you guys what.
That blue makes it hard to read those.
Yeah, I probably won't do that next year. I probably just won't do.
Maybe a lighter blue.
I apologize.
Or you just leave them white.
Yeah.
But I have to say this is a vast improvement over what was in our book. And thank you.
It's okay. Yeah. I mean, it's bigger. There's no internet, and I need.
Oh, boy.
I need to see my notes. It's on
Did we
SharePoint.
lose internet?
Let me ask
Go front.
Her, what her Wi-Fi password is.
Go front. Go good.
Did you guys want to keep going? It is noon. Push through this?
Are we just
or you
about
wanna-
through?
We're in 6:20.
But I think this is important to do this.
What is the desire of the council? Do you want to take a lunch break and come back?
I mean, how much more we got to do?
You got the rest of general fund
Yeah,
and
the rest of
enterprise.
And then overall discussion?
Yeah.
She's going to have internet in order for us to do it, right?
Yeah, but I could probably just get that right now. I'm gonna go.
Let us know if it's going to be a delay.
Do you have something to do this afternoon, Larry?
Me?
Uh-huh.
No.
Do you have anything to do this
I
afternoon?
got to pick up my grandchildren later.
Well, if we take a little short lunch break and come back, I'm tired.
You should be finished by 2, I would think.
Okay. I'm
So
fine.
let's
2:30.
take a little break and come back. Yeah. Is that inagreeable? Do I hear a motion that we do that? Okay,
I heard
great.
somebody's stomach crawling over.
It's mine, and I'm so hungry.
I was glad it was yours and not mine, because it's usually mine.
I started to blame it on you,
Oh, you did,
but it
okay.
was so late, I figured I couldn't.
I tried not to acknowledge it.
What time are we coming back?
12 or 1:15?
1:15?
That'll be great. That will be great. Give us time to stretch. And my dogs are not talking to me because I've been gone so much.
Well, if Happy and Carl do start talking to you,
So,
don't tell anybody.
1:15?
Yes.
Okay.
Carl, thank you, but Happy says mama. Excuse me, but they do. Okay, I'll see you guys at 1:15.
Looking at recreation, we did reduce the part-time salary from 55,000 to 40,000. Farmers market budget has been reduced to 275,000 now.
Which one was this?
625, 10, 625.
The next
numbers.
set of numbers.
That farmers market.
On page 130.
Okay, right.
Yeah, starting there.
We did what to it?
We took out everything except for the 275.
Except for the 275.
Library, this budget was cut a little bit this year.
275.
She had some grants this past year, so those grants have been removed.
Safety's on there twice and uniforms twice. Is that one of those glitches?
Yep.
Yeah, it's not added in there twice.
Okay.
It's just line item. It's itemized. Each thing that she requested in that item is listed out there.
And also special programs.
Correct. So it's only 6,000 in there. She requested 10. We funded it at 6,000. She wanted to reallocate some funds. She reduced her funding for books and increased her funding for programs. She requested a full-time additional position. We funded it in here as a part-time position.
So we did give up part-time.
Yes,
Well, she has 2 full-time assistants, right?
that's right. She's got to purchase a server for her computers. The server that she's got needs to be replaced. She requested to upgrade the Dropbox out front and also inside. We didn't fund it this year. We added it to the capital reserve plan. Cemetery, that budget decreased. We did remove one of those positions, but the rest is pretty much level funding. Non-departmental, we reduced the webpage development back down just to the annual hosting.
So
When are we
that's
going live, Sarah, on the new June?
so 10,000 is the annual maintenance.
That's right.
Okay.
6,500. This is an election year, so we've got to pay. We've got some money in there for that. 5,000 in there. That's the remaining CARES Act funds. It depends on how much we have left over at the end of this year. It might be a little bit more than 5,000. Might have to ask for a budget amendment there. We got that postage meter rental. By the way, that's been awesome this year. So thank you so much for that.
That's not. Is that the Pitney Bowes?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Does anybody else make a postage meter other than Pitney Bowes? Does
we had
anyone
another quote.
Hassel.
House?
Used to be a company called Hassel.
Anza.
Hassel or something like that.
But Pitney Bowes is the
Pitney
granddaddy.
Bowes is the granddaddy of them all.
Yeah.
But there's a Hassel.
I'm not sure I've won a company named Hassel.
It's Haskell or Hassels.
Okay.
I'm going from 20 years back, 15 years back. So it may not be in business anymore.
Town hall copier, that's also in Central East. Put some money back in here for supplies for the central copier. Got $540 in here for Shred It, just a shredding service. Carolina Gateways, those dues are in here at $25,000. We've got half of it in here and then half of it in the enterprise fund. They increased their request from 20 to 25,000 this year.
Didn't we say we were going to keep it at 20?
I think that's a good idea.
What line? Oh, I see it now. Sorry.
I don't even see it, but where's it at?
It's in 10, 660, 5300.
660, 50.
So I would bump that down to 10,000, and then I will decrease the Fund 31 as well.
So we're not going with 5,000.
Correct. I've put it back down to 20,000.
That's what you guys want to do, right?
Yeah, it was
For now.
20. Maintain it at 20,000.
Right, for right
Yes.
for now, yeah.
Upper Coastal Plains dues.
What
We've
about
got-
that? You guys had circled that land acquisition with Lee Balance for that Cook Road property at 30,000 in the middle of the page.
Where is that now?
That's under 10, 660, 7100 land
660, 7100.
Any more thoughts?
That's for 1 acre, right? It's
Yes.
kind of hefty.
So that's what he had to give for it. So he's not added anything to
We
it.
don't have anything to do. We didn't do anything to it.
It's up.
134.
It's up.
It's right there. Land acquisition, easement.
Yeah, I know. Okay. That 30,000 right there.
This one here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on the wrong land. What's this one back here?
I don't know.
That's 3660. That's the enterprise fund.
Okay, it's split up between two.
So what are your thoughts on this?
Maybe if we get something on that side of the road, remember that's where Maharon was thinking about locating, and that never came to pass.
Mhm.
And what was
Yeah.
the follow-up with Gateway on that?
So well, they've
Just fizzled.
selected they built a whole new facility somewhere else, not in Nash County.
Where they went, said they were going temporarily, right? They decided building it there because they couldn't come here. Lynn, what are your thoughts?
Well, explain the whole thing to me again, Randy, just so I got my head around it, because
Sure. We own 18 acres
Right.
behind the house in this vacant lot.
Right.
And Lee had approached Mrs. Jones about buying the property
Right.
because he was also talking with Maharon, and Maharon said that property would be much more attractive if it had frontage the whole length of it, not just the little sliver on the west side. So Lee pursued Mrs. Jones and struck up an acquisition cost for it and bought it. And his intent is to partner with the town of Nashville for some type of economic development project on that 18 acres, including now what he owns, which is the Smith property. But he wanted to know if the town would be interested in purchasing this one lot from him for $30,000 at this time.
And we still own the 18 acres, right?
Oh, yeah.
We own the 18 acres.
Yep.
So he's got the house and the little block right there at the road.
Mm-hmm.
But he wants to.
Well, he could hold it until there's something that,
Yeah,
a
why-
project
yeah,
that comes
why
out
does-
of
why
it.
does he got to-
When the project comes, then we can talk
Why he need to
30,000.
sell it again?
Was he
Doesn't
maybe
need
at
to.
He doesn't need to
60,000?
sell it.
Asking the council if you would be interested in buying it from him.
Why would he ask us to buy that particular part?
There's no use for it right now.
Because the entrance into that back acreage is slender.
It is.
Okay.
And he probably thinks that, and it would enhance that property, but I say wait till somebody comes to us and wants to put something
And
there.
they said we need for it to be wide, and then the town said, okay, yeah, we'll take it. We'll make it wide. We'll buy it then.
It's still a way, I mean, we still have an entrance into
Yeah,
that
you can,
larger
yeah, but
acreage.
They want it all.
Yeah.
They want road frontage. But I'm inclined to hold off on it for right now.
You too, Lynn?
I'm fine with that.
I mean, I'm not saying no But when he comes up with
You're
something,
saying
Right.
wait.
yeah, wait.
In other words, show me.
Show me something, and then we'll negotiate it. I'll work with it.
Okay, continue, Sam.
It's been cut. $40,000 is dump grinding. It's got to stay in there. 500 for the Boys and Girls Club. That's just maintaining level funding. American Legion, also level funding. Community building, level funding. We added 2,500 in here for the Boy Scouts for the community service project. And the Arts Council is level funding. And so that completes the 10,660 line items.
Did the Girl Scouts ask for anything?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
So
Just to
just
sell
this 2,500
cookies from
is directly tied to a project.
Okay.
So 1061 is our transfers and pass-throughs. That 2720 is the PEG channel support. We get the revenue, we just pay it right out to Nash County. The $100,000 is a transfer.
College or the county?
Nash Community College, excuse me, yeah. Then we've got the transfer to the Fire Station 2 fund, comes from the fire tax revenue. $125,000 that we're going to transfer from the general fund into the general fund capital reserve fund. 1062 is our debt service lines. We've got the vehicle loan principal and interest, and we've got the streets loan principal and interest. So I think you've got the number, I'm not sure what number you have for the streets loan, but that number has changed.
16.5.
The street interest is the same, but the principal number is 25,465. It's not that 6,900 that you're looking at right there. All right, MSD, we've got $1,000 for advertising. We bumped it up this year because we'll have some RFPs that we need to advertise, and also we've got a couple of grants that we're offering, so we'll need to advertise those as well.
What are your thoughts on, this is going to be in for next year's budget. There are 2 downtown buildings that have done facade improvements now in this fiscal year, making it retroactive. To my knowledge, there hasn't been a downtown building that's done a facade renovation in a number of years until the 2 buildings this year.
The one where the attorney was living in has been rehabbed and got a new face. And
Unity
hairdressers. And I don't know if they're through with hers or not.
It doesn't look
Through with
quite
hers or not.
finished.
I mean, I think she's going to do something because it's all solid white. I think she's going to do something to the front. But as far as the construction, I think that's all done.
And then they started working inside another building, the one that had the brown paper on it, the windows.
Oh, okay.
And the grants are 2,500 each. Isn't that what we said?
Yeah.
Yep, three of them in there, 2,500 each.
I think they did us a great service by making it look better.
Okay.
I say, yeah.
Do they don't know about these grants?
I don't think they even know about it.
No.
So part of the battle, part of the challenge of this is they're just going to get communication and get takers on some of this.
Now, do they have to, what do they have to submit to get the 2,500?
Like a 1-page application, follow the rules.
All right.
We've got 5,000 in here for part of the Christmas tree. 20,000 in here for $10,000 forgivable loans to upfit the vacant buildings. And $90,000 in here to bury telecommunication lines underground along Barn Street. Barn Street sidewalk upgrades, decorative lighting along Barn Street, and then the 2-hour parking monitoring system. We've got some money in there for that.
Now, what is that system going to consist of?
It's a beacon you attach to the curb.
To the curb, a beacon at each parking spot.
Yep.
Okay.
So we'll need approximately 30 of them.
Okay.
A car pulls in, it sends a signal to Sean's cell phone. Well, not then. When the 2 hours expires, then it sends a signal to Sean's cell phone, and he goes down and can put a ticket on it.
So each park is
Sean.
aligned with a particular beacon.
Mhm.
So he
Sean
knows.
is
The
our
planning assistant. What do we
Yeah, the
call
planner.
him? What's his
Planner.
title?
Planner
Oh,
one.
planner. Okay, Sean, the planner. Give what kind of ticket?
A parking ticket.
Sean's not authorized to give a parking ticket.
He
It's a
can
citation.
be. Yeah, it's a citation. It's a civil citation.
Okay.
Not much difference than a nuisance compliance.
Yeah, you don't have to be
Okay.
a sworn up law enforcement
Okay.
officer for that. Must have been a court day today when I rode by. There wasn't any parks.
Okay.
So how much is that device?
Well, we're thinking we got 20,000 in here for it. The company that Lynn gave me and the other one, I've been calling and calling and calling them. I haven't gotten any response yet from their salespeople. So, but they make a very similar product, and it's all, you know, Wi-Fi based.
Okay.
I mean, they're like our water meter registers. They got batteries in them, and over time we'll have to replace the batteries. But you know, nice thing in our climate, we don't have to worry about snow plows scraping them off every winter, plowing snow.
Well, where's the Wi-Fi coming from?
Well, that's something we'll have to look at and investigate too. We may have to put a Wi-Fi antenna downtown someplace to pick them up.
Wouldn't it, I mean, this is probably, but wouldn't it be cool to have just Wi-Fi available downtown?
You know, some towns have been are going to use their American Recovery Act to put free Wi-Fi in underserved neighborhoods within their community.
I mean,
How much would it cost us to put Wi-Fi downtown?
I don't know. I'll check it out.
Roughly.
Since our sewer system is underserved, that takes priority.
Yeah,
over
yeah,
everything.
it does. I was just using that as
I mean, you know,
as an example.
we don't need to divert that money anywhere but.
I think Nash County is probably going to use some of it for its, you know, broadband initiative.
The downtown incentive, okay, there are 2 grants for what?
Those are forgivable loans.
Forgivable loans. Can we do forgivable loans with taxpayer money?
you can if you structure it a certain way. They have to meet certain requirements.
I just wonder if we aren't, you know, treading on taxpayer dollars for forgivable loans. I don't know that we should be in that kind of business.
Go ahead.
You can do it, they just have to meet certain criteria. You have to have a plan in place, and they have to meet the guidelines. They have to go through the guidelines and meet the criteria.
Again, it's up to the council.
There are a lot of people who would love forgivable loans, I mean, you know, from the town. I'm just wondering if we even need to go there.
And wouldn't that be something we probably need to bring to the general public before we use their money to do that?
Exactly. It's not our money to...
This is MSD funds.
This is MSD fund.
And this is a recommendation from the Downtown Strong Advisory Board
Right.
to do this.
Okay, so we're using their money.
Their money, yeah, it's not
And it's
the
only
citizens'
available
money.
within the MSD.
Right.
Okay.
But
Are these for new startup businesses, Randy, or for existing businesses?
for the most part, it would be for new startup businesses. Now, if you didn't want to spend the money there, it can easily go into the line item for the sidewalk and putting the telecommunication lines underground. You know, the money we have budgeted there of $90,000 probably isn't going to put a new sidewalk, bury all the lines, and put decorative street lights along Barn Street. It'll help us get started.
Have you really gotten a figure on that?
I've asked CenturyLink or Suddenlink to refigure their costs. Now, Scotty Baker was, man, I don't see how it can be more than 10,000, but I'll double check. And I'm still waiting for the engineer from CenturyLink. She sent it on to somebody else, and they're working up the price. So as soon as I get that, I'll take that back to the subcommittee with the Downtown Strong, which is Brian Hudson and Amy Beasley, and they're going to take that to the Downtown Strong Advisory Board with more information.
What about Duke?
So
Underground?
well, their overhead lines on the other side, but you know, they do use some of CenturyLink or Suddenlink's utility poles to bring service lines across. So
It's
there's
intertwined.
there's going to have to be some service lines go underground. Town Hall's one of them.
So it's going to be several entities that are going to have to come together
Work
to get
together,
it done.
yes.
Well, good luck.
So if you wanted to smooth that 20,000 down to that 90 and make it 110, I'm sure it's going to cost all that. Or maybe take half of it, make your capital improvement or your downtown incentive grants maybe 5,000 each, and figure on 2 of them for 10, and then move 10 down to the capital improvements.
We've already added
didn't we add 2 more facade grants?
If we've got 3 facade grants in there,
But we just talked about the 2 existing businesses that are currently renovating. Is the goal to disperse that before June 30th or not?
all 3 of these.
No, the 2 existing businesses currently remodeling. So,
This would be that money.
3.
yeah, so that's what I was asking. Did we not just say as a council that we wanted to do those 2 as well?
Okay, you can move it up there.
I mean,
Do those 2 and have money for 2 more.
Okay, I'm asking because I guess that's what I interpreted that we were doing, but
So add 5,000 to that.
They will be contributing to this fund, right?
already are.
They
Already are, right.
And have been since the district was established.
So let them take advantage of it.
Right.
Or had the
Reap the
benefits.
benefits.
So that leaves 15,000. Do you want to move the 15,000?
Well, do you want to do away with the downtown incentive grants altogether? I mean, if you take the 20 and move it down to 10, take that 10 and move it up to the 5,000 to make that 10, you still have 90 in the capital improvements.
I just took 5,000 off of it. So we're talking about the forgivable loans.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got $20,000 in there. I just moved 5,000 of that to the facade grants. Now that's 12,500.
Okay.
So now we got 15,000 left. Do you want to take the 15,000 and move it down to the 90,000 and make that 105,000? And just
Is this something the MSD has already voted on?
It's a recommendation. Louise.
Yeah.
They give recommendations.
They're already looking into finding the lights and everything for Barnes Street. Why not just put it with what they have? Because they really, on fixing up the... Because they are really excited about fixing up Barnes Street.
So put it down in the capital improvements.
So make that 90.
105, 10 what?
105. Take that 15, put it at 90.
Okay.
All right.
So you've got 12,500 in facade grants. No money in downtown incentive grants, and then 105 in capital improvements. Fund 30, 660. The economic development dues, we just reduced that down to 10,000. That 131,807, that's the reimbursement due to the general fund.
What do we move the facade? What's the facade line item?
It's 12,500.
12.5, okay.
That's the enterprise reimbursement.
That's right.
Okay.
And then the contribution to the retained earnings. So that's basically what you would save.
$187,376 on the next page.
And actually, so far, you might make some more cuts, so we'll come back to that number at this time. That's what it is. Last year, we transferred some money into capital reserves. We're not going to do that this year. In Fund 3720. Trying to look for the major increases. Had to increase some money in postage. Put some money in there for town brochure, and also we're thinking about maybe trying to do, well, this might not go in this. Yeah, we're trying to think of ways to get more information out. So we put some money in there for printing and mailing.
So that's supplies.
That's printing
Printing,
and
I'm
mailing.
sorry.
We added 2,000 to that.
Okay.
Added some money in office supplies because now we've got to buy envelopes and things of that nature. Utility, so the software, we've got utility billing and collection software, work order software, resident self-service software, and pay by phone. And we've got $2,000 for a computer for the new superintendent. water fund. Professional services, we've got $10,000 for annual leak location survey, $1,000 for just annual legal.
Sam, the professional services, okay, they wanted 27.4.
They asked for, it looks like $20,000 was their request for the annual leak location survey. But we can get it done for 10, I think, looking back at it.
Okay, so the 11 would be 10. Professional services.
It's 10,000 for the leak location, and then we've got 1,000 in there for miscellaneous legal and email service. Down. We had some decreases in utilities because we're coming in a little bit under budget this year, so. Level funding for distribution system sampling. Just decrease in funding for treatment site 6 maintenance. We had some large expenditures this year due to well 6. Increase the funding in here for equipment maintenance because we've had so many issues. We just bumped that up, so we have a little money in there to address well issues. Gas, oil, and tires is level funding.
Do you think that needs to be bumped up just because of, just like every other department, gas is more expensive?
Well, like I say, I didn't bump it up just because if you bump it up and they don't use it, then they
want to reallocate it.
Yeah, they want to use it on other stuff. Materials and supplies actually was a decrease. Well, it's actually a slight increase, excuse me. Distribution system supplies is level funding.
The meters, they wanted 150 and we stayed at 120.
They've really replaced a lot of the meter registers this year, so the large part of that project's done. Kind of starting to enter more of a maintenance phase. Level funding for safety, level funding for uniforms. For contract service, we've got tank maintenance and cross connection control.
Bumped it up a little bit.
We added 5,000 for cross connection control.
Okay.
We'll have to hire a contractor to come out and correct. Once we can locate them, we'll have to get them corrected. 600,000 in there for purchases for resale. Equipment under 5,000, a belt clip meter reader. 40,000 for to replace a service truck. In the sewer fund, professional services, we've got 20,000 in there. Annual sewer line cleaning and televising repairs. So that'll be we'll see that year by year. 3,500 for a consultant for fats, oils, and greases. 3,500 for velocity meter maintenance contract. So once we install the velocity meter there at the sewer outfall, we'll have to have it serviced. And so that's the cost of that.
Go back, professional services. Initially, it was requested
110,000.
268.5.
We moved a lot of it.
And you went down to 27. What was that 268.5 for?
We moved a lot of that. That was the asset inventory assessment and the sewer outfall cleaning and televising. And we moved that to Fund 72. So we could use American Care, American Recovery Funds for that.
Okay.
increases. We're adding a line item here called 3330. We're going to purchase
3330.
one sewer meter.
Gotcha.
And it's going to go, we will probably purchase a large one sewer meter, and it would go
In
to
one
the
of our
industrial.
industries.
Yeah.
See, where again?
We're testing an industrial user at this time for their usage. And it might go there. So sewage treatment, I did reduce that number to 1.8 to get the fee increase down. Sewer surcharges has been reduced to $400,000. Sewer system rehab, we've got $25,000 in there to replace broken lift station pumps. We've had a couple of those fill this year. Probably a couple more will fill soon, so we've got some money in there. And we've got $15,000 in there for septic system failures. That's the $40,000 for sewer system rehab.
They requested 215.
They requested some for slip lining and point repair. We moved that to Fund 72. So that's debt service. The CP loan, that's the last payment. And then the vacuum machine.
The big old back truck.
1.8 interest thing. That was a good deal.
Got 1.6 on the garbage truck.
Mm-hmm. That's even better.
Even better.
Is that BB&T?
Okay. Stormwater, 5,500 in here for surveying, surveying and legal for easements. $2,000 in here for supplies for miscellaneous ditch and storm drain cleaning. Got 20,000 in here for ditch cleaning and repair, contract service. $1,000 in here for outreach projects. We're really required to do this. We've got 2 drainage projects proposed. One is the Fort Street Park Avenue drainage improvement, and that's $50,000 and $20,000 for Indian Trail. And the $20,000 one, we've got capital reserve funds that we're going to use to pay for that.
You ever heard anything else about the Indian Trail buyout?
Yeah, that Maggie with the Office of Resiliency and Recovery, I emailed her last week with my income survey that I'm planning to go door to door in that neighborhood with, and said, is this still okay? I updated it for the newest LMI numbers, and she responded back, you may want to hold up on this for another month, and I haven't had a chance to call her back and find out why. So, but you know, back in February, I'd sent letters to all the tenants and property owners out there that the last week in May I'd be going door to door to do the income survey. So if I have to back it up a month, I'll send out another letter.
But they're going to be looking for you.
How many houses?
I think altogether they're 21.
Yeah, 21.
21 or 22. Now, I don't know, Louise, if everyone will be interested in a buyout. And if they are interested...
Whether they qualify income. Some of them may have income that will kick them out of it.
Well, I don't think the income survey is to make sure that our project is eligible, because 30% of the people have to be LMI to be eligible.
Mm-hmm.
Once you're eligible, then you know the buyout applies to everybody in that target area.
Okay.
But you know, I don't know who's going to be doing the appraisals and setting the values on the house. It may not be enough for some of the people. You know, they didn't offer me enough, I didn't take it.
Right.
Because then you've got to go somewhere else. And with housing prices the way they are.
Yeah.
Well, several of the residents down there are asking about available lots somewhere else in town they could move their house. I don't know how feasible that is, But I suppose if it's going to be very expensive to buy another house or build a new house, and you can move your existing house for $20,000 across town, maybe they take the proceeds from that if they can do that, and it's a possibility. You know, they wouldn't be getting as much money if they keep their house and just choose to move it, because all they'd be getting then is the value of the real estate. It's an idea.
$40,000 in here for general fund loan repayment, and we've got $10,000 left over to contribute to the capital reserves. But we may just want to further, just more quickly repay off the loan. I mean, we could just do it that way.
Pay off which loan?
Instead of pay $40,000 to the general fund.
Which loan is that?
So I've got $45,90, $8,000, the general fund loan repayment. We're going to repay the general fund for the Windy Oak.
Is that right? The 319.
And then we've got $10,000 left over to put into capital reserves, but we may just want to
Pay the
down
loan off.
quicker.
I got Stocks Engineering's revised engineer cost estimate for the Windy Oak drainage project. It's $283,000. I think we were planning on more than that.
319.
Yeah, so actually, that's a good point. That project's not going to be completed in the current year, so it's going to come back into this budget. So we may just use the whole $50,000 to reduce the loan. I'll have to request the budget amendment.
Now, having said that, you know, Kevin also did say there are a number of contractors that just simply, they're not bidding on projects right now.
Costs are up so much.
And no
But that's
supplier-
not our fault. You know, we can't get them out there to fix it.
Right. But, you know, it has implications upon us.
Yeah.
You know, and the prices could come back so high that the council decides, let's wait 6 months and rebid this thing again when things settle down, so to speak. The supply chain has been reestablished, and, you know, you can get a price from a supplier on a contractor where the prices are good for more than 12 days.
Yeah.
Fund 41, 270 will be transferred to the general fund, and 20,000 will be transferred to the stormwater fund. Fund 42 is Powell funds. 32,000 is transferred to the general fund to service the street's debt, and then 105 is just reserved for future capital.
I do have a question for the council when it comes to sidewalks. You know, take Washington Street, for example, between Alston and First Street. There are numerous sidewalk panels that are bad and need to be replaced. So many that once you do that, you know, a new sidewalk panel has a very different look than one that's been there for 88 years. But the one that's there for 88 years may be perfectly fine yet. What are you guys' thoughts on having new next to old? It's going to look
checkerboard.
When I walked it Saturday, when I finished, I thought, all of it needs to be replaced. And I used to roller skate those streets.
Yeah.
You know, and I think
Which side? Both sides?
both sides. But I wouldn't
I
think
mean,
about doing it.
from First Street all the way out to Walmart, we have brand new sidewalk. And then when you get to Alston Street, all the way down to McDonald's, we have brand new sidewalk. The only section of Washington Street that wouldn't have new sidewalk, if we just simply, you know, ripped out the bad panels and replaced them, would be that 3-block section between First Street and Alston. So, I mean, if you guys are good with that, that was kind of my thought too. Where do you stop, almost?
What did you think when you walked it?
Well, I knew they needed repair.
I guess I hadn't walked it in a
I
long time.
am just not, I mean, I don't care if it's not as light, one panel's not as light as the other. I'd rather have some light and dark and get more streets fixed without the bumps and everything, you know.
Or more sidewalk fixed.
I mean, more sidewalk, yeah.
Okay.
But, you know, that's
Wonder
just,
what it would cost to do both sides. I have no idea. I mean, it's really expensive.
Yeah.
it is.
You know, on a 4-foot wide sidewalk, sidewalk replacement is running anywhere from the actual bid numbers that Stocks gave me, anywhere from $18.50 to $26.50 a foot. A lot of places bid it by the square foot because Sometimes the sidewalk width varies, but I think most of that sidewalk on Washington Street is 5 foot wide. And we would put it back at 5 foot wide. And you get over on Church Street, on your street, Larry, the right-of-way is only 40 feet. And we still have a 22 foot wide street, back of curb to back of curb. You don't have that much room to put, you got a 3.5 foot wide sidewalk. Because that's all the more right-of-way that's there. It's just interesting.
Something that's been on the back burner for a while is that CMAC deal that goes all the way out to the bridge headed toward Indian Trail.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, that's been on the books forever.
4 years.
We've got $30-something thousand tucked away in
So
fund.
Sherry has been pestering
And
the
we're wa-
administrator
and
that.
we're waiting because of the bridge
No, it was funding.
Funding.
They were gonna skip over the bridge.
Well, it was
For
just
now.
going to the bridge. That's as far as the sidewalk
Yeah.
went, to the bridge. And I thought, you know, so you get a sidewalk to the bridge and good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's been on hold for 4 years because DOT didn't have money to fund the grants that they awarded. So now we've gotten word about 6 months ago that they have funding available. So, and Sherry's been after the CMAC administrator to find out, all right, what do we need to do here? Do we need to hire an engineer then to do the design? And there's going to be some easements needed along that, and some acquisition, and do all that.
Well, at first the sidewalk was going to come up Oak Street, you know, the little street between Langley and
Mm-hmm.
what used to be Louise Sills' house, I guess. Oh, no, Mr. Ensko's house.
Yes.
Anyway, and then it was moved over to First Street. And I'm thinking, where is that sidewalk going to fit? On which side?
It'll have to be on the
Alva
west side.
Jones's side or Frank Adams' side?
On the Joneses side, their retaining wall sets a good 6 feet into the right of way.
But it's going to be so close to the
We
road.
We'll have to relocate the retaining wall back onto the property line, and then put the sidewalk.
But the people walking that sidewalk will be in jeopardy as far as traffic, you know, because that's such a heavily traveled
Yeah.
area. I mean,
We'll have to see
Some
what
of
the
it makes
engineer
no
comes up
sense.
with for the
Yeah.
design on that. But I'm thinking that's what they'll do. They'll relocate that retaining wall.
Moving that wall back, that's encroaching on their
Mm-hmm.
property line, right?
Well, the retaining wall is in the right of way. It's putting it back to their property line. I'm sure they're not going to like it.
Oh, no.
it was coming up Oak Street. That was the original plan, and then it got
But Oak
shifted
Street is
over.
still, it's an unimproved street, and its right of way is only 20 feet wide. And I'm not sure where you're going to put it on Oak Street, where you don't have to put it on private property somewhere along the line.
Yeah, Oak Street,
And-
putting that.
And is it wise to put a sidewalk just to the bridge?
Exactly.
We got the grant funding for it,
Oh.
so I say let's not.
I say let's just walk through the
It's kind of
cemetery
like
and
the
visit
bridge to
people.
nowhere, or the sidewalk to nowhere.
Well, everybody says their sidewalk goes nowhere ultimately. At least they did in the Midwest where you had to shovel them of snow. And you couldn't get by with sidewalk on one side of the street like you can in North Carolina because it was a matter of fairness. You know, who decided that they go on this side of the street? Now I have the obligation of clearing that sidewalk and my neighbor doesn't. Well, to be fair, you put them on both sides, whether anybody uses them or not.
But it just seems odd that it goes to the bridge, and it's kind of like,
Maybe let me go to the bridge and just jump off.
that's literally what they're saying. Good luck.
I don't know what the schedule is for replacing that bridge, but
It is in terrible
I
shape.
thought there was DOT was talking about replacing it one time.
I did too.
with the 87 project, or they're going to make 64.
It was before the 87 project even came up. They were talking about replacing that bridge.
If they don't get that infrastructure bill through Congress, we will get it in the sweet by and by.
If they don't correct that bridge and fix it, you go across at your own risk.
Yeah.
I think it's structurally sound. I think they just need to mill about 2 inches off the surface and put a white calf concrete, 2 inches or 3 inches of new concrete over it. But it's the state's bridge, so.
That's one when you travel under in 64, you go, you don't know what's going to
Hoping it won't long.
Fund 43, $40,000 transferred into the water and sewer fund to purchase the truck. Fund 44, we've got some money in here for drug fund expenditures and drug fund equipment. Fund 60, coronavirus relief funds. $5,000 will go to the general fund, and $1,079,000 will go to the water, to Fund 72 for water and sewer capital projects.
And this is the We Hope money? Okay.
Be positive, Louise.
I know, but just the fact that you said there were other cities that were going to take a piece of the action, I thought, you know, this may be.
It's going to get diluted.
Yeah, it will.
Fund 68, Fire Station 2, we've got $100,000 in there right now.
Have we found any land?
Well, I was told Monday in a follow-up email with the guy at Clayton Homes and Corporate in Maryville, Tennessee, that he would let me know by the end of the week if they're going to go through with the sale of the land to the town and what the time frame will be.
So they didn't wave you off completely?
No.
That's good.
So we still got
Hope.
we're still in the game.
So you're saying we got a chance?
We still got a chance.
Well, I'm glad you called, because if you stopped with the guy out here, we would have just.
I think he was just frustrated.
Well, corporate was telling him to.
And they're on him to produce, and he can't get materials, you know, so.
Well, his job is on the line too.
Well, I think they're all concerned how they're going to keep their facilities moving when you can't get supplies, and they don't want to. I mean, they have the housing orders, they have them. They can see the profit in front of them. They just can't get to it.
They can't produce. That's a shame.
So now we've got Fund 72, which is water and sewer capital projects. 72-810 is water. So we've got 110 in here for asset inventory assessment. In the capital projects, we've got 15,000 for water system leak repairs, 30,000 for Joyner Street fire hydrant repair, 40,000 to replace failing well pumps,
Where is,
100,000.
refresh my memory, where's Joyner Street?
Over here by the elementary school. You know, you got the athletic field there.
Yeah.
It's the north.
Oh,
east, it's
okay.
the east-west street is Joyner.
And we got
Right
a
off
hydrant,
Cross.
we got a hydrant need replaced?
There's no valves in that neighborhood. That's why that's so expensive.
That's why is it so expensive for hydrant? We got
we got
valves and hydrants both.
We got to install several valves just
Okay.
to be able to turn the water off to replace
I
the.
got you, okay.
100,000 to replace 2-inch galvanized steel water lines. 72-820 sewer capital projects, 110,000 for an asset inventory assessment, 80,000 for Regency Essex sewer project engineering, 6,400 Cook Road preliminary report, $1,200 Eastern Road Avenue widening survey. Capital project.
I have to ask you guys this: if we don't get the Golden Leaf money, that 200,000 for the Cook Road water extension project, do you still want to pursue the EDA grant application? It'll only be, it would be more than. It's a $900,000 project. 200,000 projecting will come from Golden Leaf and 450 from EDA. If we don't get the Golden Leaf money, then we have to make up, EDA will pay 50%. So they'll pay a little more than the 450, but then we have to up our ante too.
So we're looking at least 400,000.
Well, we'll know June 3rd. Their board meeting is June 3rd.
Can we just put that on hold until we find out about grants?
Mm-hmm.
So the 6,400, you want to just take it out?
No, leave that in there, please.
Okay. All right. 13,000 velocity flow meters at the sewer outfall. 235,000 Rocky Mount sewer outfall cleaning and televising, and also clearing the trees. 200,000 for sewer slip lining and point repair.
Now, would that include well 6?
No, that's on sewer part.
That's gonna be
Well,
on
6 is
the
water.
piece, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
So, and then we've got 50,000 for Hadley Ridge grinder and manhole installation. 89,000 for Eastern Avenue road widening.
Thank you.
8-inch sanitary sewer crossing at manhole number 10.
The Hadley thing, can we get Holly Smith? in on
I
that?
plan on asking her to participate, yes.
I went and, as you suggested, Louise, doing the left turnout.
Mhm.
And I mean, it was a weekday afternoon, so I don't think it was at the height. And as I was going to go into the property to turn and come back out, a car pulled out with a left turn and pulled directly in front of a car in the rightmost lane to make that right bear off from LBJ. It's going to be an interesting
Mhm.
thing.
And the thing of it is, you're talking about elderly people,
With slow reflexes.
which I am elderly.
Well, yeah. I know. Anyway, that was just an observation.
So here's my concern. In the Fund 72, we're using these recovery funds to do these purchases, but some of these projects are going to actually be ongoing costs. So if you go back up to 72-810, you've got 15,000 in there for water system leak repairs. That's going to be in the budget year by year.
Sam, you have that all broken out
I
in
do.
front of you, but we don't. All we've seen are these big figures.
Is it on back on page 10 and 11?
Yeah, maybe.
We've got it.
Yeah, just those things. I'm just kind of
Okay.
gonna just discuss them a little bit. So you've got 15,000 in here for water system leak repairs. Money in there to replace failing well pumps. You've got money in there for sewer slip lining and point repair. Those things will be year by year costs. So our current fee schedule, even with the increases, don't include those costs. Next year, those costs will go into the Fund 30. So
Page 13. is
Keeping
where
that
they're
in mind.
broken out. Page 13.
So what you're saying is watch out about increased fees?
we hopefully we can find some decreases elsewhere, particularly in sewer charges. But those are costs that are
Not going to go
year by
away.
year.
Well, hopefully we have more utility revenue coming in.
Couple new subdivisions.
That's what I'm saying.
When is the one behind Food Line supposed to be ready?
I think they're on the home stretch with that. I haven't been out there in a while, but I
They were
know.
moving dirt yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 55,000 that would go into water, and 200,000 that would go into sewer next year. So
That would help.
you're looking, well, and that's talking about costs that are going to be
Recurring
added
costs.
to water and sewer.
Oh,
Yeah. But, with this American Recovery, like leak survey, if we can have a company come in and do a leak survey for the entire system, and we get those buttoned up, then we can begin on that program. All right, we'll divide the system up into 5, and we'll do 1/5 each year. And every 5 years, we will do a leak survey over the water lines in that particular part of town. And the same on the cleaning and televising. Once we get through all this with the inventory asset grant and we know where our problems are, we can button them up, fix them up, and then on a reoccurring basis, again, divide the system up into 5ths or 6ths and do a portion every year and just keep rotating it. The I&I, the infiltration problem, every town struggles with it. And just when you think you got everything buttoned up, it opens up somewhere else. That's why it's wise to continue that program on an ongoing basis. Section by section.
Who are we getting to do this asset inventory?
Well, we'll put out a proposal for that. Mackay and Associates is one. Wooten Company's another one. The engineering company in Wilson, the Bartell, they do them also. I hear good things about Mackay and Associates with their asset inventory, and also Wooten Company. Don't know which one's going to be least expensive. But
The grant that we did not get for 2 years was the $300,000, right?
It was 150,000 for water and 150,000 for sewer.
So there's a chance we could probably get that inventory for less.
Yeah, there's a
I mean,
chance.
if there, there are many people bidding. It needs to be done.
Somebody had on the listserv last week, another town, an RFQ for asset inventory assessment, so I captured that.
I bet you did.
Plan on using it.
So going through everything, I've been updating the numbers as we've gone here. The new appropriation from fund balance is $565,000.
That's for the general fund.
Yes.
565 even.
565, 688.
688.
We're adding to fund balance in the water and sewer fund in the amount of $189,876.
Now, where's that 189?
For enterprise water sewer.
189, 876.
876. The total budget is now 14,813,060.
Well, at least we shaved it down some.
We have a few cents on there to make it interesting, and 22 cents.
I'm kidding.
Now, is this the only thing we will do Tuesday night, present this budget? I wish.
No, there's going to be a full agenda. You know, if you want to give the Calhoun lad his recognition for the prayer garden, we can start with that. And
Maybe it's Calhoun.
I'm sorry.
What'd you
Like
say?
When you say
Clarendon?
Calhoun, I'm thinking, who is Calhoun?
I gotta learn how to pronounce Clarendon.
Clarendon, yeah.
Clarendon, too.
And you've always also have to learn the southern word for creek. It's not crick. It's creek.
Some people call it creek around here. But also Regis Road, not Regis.
Oh.
That's a Red Oak name, Regis.
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 Mhm.
Regis Road.
I've heard people call it Regis all the time.
That's
It
the
just
first time I
kinda-
heard that.
Regis,
Is it
Regis
Hayden
Road.
Cahoon?
I think it is.
Hayden Cahoon.
I believe you're right.
But when you say Calhoun, I kept thinking it's
Mhm. Yeah. Then, you know, the public hearing on the budget, once you close the public hearing, then you can have a vote on the budget. And then
2% increase, total increase.
As opposed to 4.
Yes, $314,000 increase in spending. Trying to find the increase in the percent increase in spending.
You can say the good news is there's no property tax increase. The bad news is your water bill's going through the roof.
It's still a 3% increase in spending. So it was a 6%, I believe, and now it's down to 3%.
Well, I appreciate all the work you've put in this, Sam. And I appreciate all the council has done to preview it. Now, this year it was much easier for me because last year I had to study what each fund was and then go back and see what it said, then study what the...
Last year we did a lot of changes. It was a lot.
Do any of the council people have any questions about it or any concerns so we can settle it here so we can go as a united group? Kate will be able to go.
Yeah, she'll be here next Tuesday.
Okay.
We were able to debrief her, meet with her briefly yesterday.
Okay, good.
So you have.
We've got her up.
She's on board with what's going on. Okay, well, good. Well, let her know what we did today.
I feel like we're positioning ourselves to go forward to. I think that's all of our concerns, particularly where the water and sewer is concerned.
And none of us wanted to increase it.
No, no one.
Well,
Nobody.
You're increasing
But we've
it for
got to
yourselves,
get-
too.
Right.
We've got to get our water sewer fund solvent so that we can deal with what we're going to face in the future.
True.
But all those things that you said contributed
to this decrease in our enterprise fund, we need to make that as public as possible so everybody knows, because nobody understands what the enterprise fund is.
I don't know whether a press release would be appropriate, Randy, if you would consider something like that. But sometimes when you write it and you written the words,
Yeah.
doesn't get
Well,
altered when it
do
gets-
you guys want Brenda and I to put a letter of explanation together and we mail it out to everybody?
Every time we try to mail something out, people say they don't get the mail or they got it late.
Well, sometimes people throw stuff away, you
That's
know.
true. I think
It costs a lot to mail, to do a mail.
What is a good way to reach as many people as possible?
Well, at the very least, I do think putting it in the paper.
Oh,
And I
absolutely.
realize
It's in the paper.
that not everyone reads the
Now,
paper.
We do still have a TV channel, right? Which I don't get. Do we still have a TV? The local channel?
Local access?
Okay, put it on there.
I don't know if we could put a lengthy letter in there, but
Well,
maybe a
okay,
summary.
A summary.
And put it on Facebook. I mean, people.
Yeah, put it on the website.
And just be as honest and transparent as
I mean, just
possible.
put
I
it
mean,
out.
you
Don't
can't
hide.
lose when you do that. I
Don't
mean,
hide nothing.
it's
Just
when
put it
people
out.
don't know and they don't understand.
Our
How
current,
did we get to this point?
our current bills, they're still postcards, but they have one little space where I can put one sentence.
Right.
I can say, please see the website
for budget.
for information.
Budget
about
information.
the
Yeah, do that.
uses.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. Do that.
Put a town crier at one of these days. That'd reach a few people.
It is hard, I mean, because whereas people used to rely on newspapers for their information, they don't anymore. And so they don't always hear it, or they don't always get the information.
Well,
And there's misinformation.
Did anybody notice this weekend that the telegram now will no longer have a
Mail.
carrier bring it? It's coming through the mail?
And News Observer.
And the thing
Yeah.
about it is, the life of a newspaper is 3 hours.
Yeah.
Then it's ready for the bottom of a bird cage.
Right. And they
Because
made
the
a
news
comment. They
is
made
so
a comment
old.
saying that you would get your newspaper
Same day.
same day.
I got mine. I was surprised.
You did get one?
I got it when I went home at lunch. It was in the mailbox.
Well, my mailman hadn't gone by yet, so.
Well, we could still send a letter. I mean, I think probably a big idea is to send a letter. It does cost money. I mean, you got to pay for stamps and envelopes and all that.
Wouldn't be a bad idea though,
I think we probably should do that. Do as many things that we can as we can.
because everybody's saying no communication, so we got to do all we can.
Communication is always difficult.
It is.
And recognizing that we can't control the postal service either, so
Nope.
there'll probably be some blips in that regard.
I'll send it out.
Does
'Cause my
anybody
water-
have
I get 2 water bills,
emails of everybody in town?
Okay, yeah.
and I know we get both of them the same day.
No?
That's weird.
I did get both. And I know they put the mail out together.
She said we can send them out every single.
But I get one day and I get the other one the next day. My water bill.
I know.
I get 2
I've
water
heard
bills and
several
I never
people
get both
say
of them
that,
together.
which is bizarre to me.
We take it directly to the mail. We
I
take
do.
it
I
directly
get
over
one
there.
day and get the other one next day.
And it goes to Raleigh, and then
It goes to
back.
Raleigh, then back to Rocky Mountain, then back to Nashville.
The Elks Lodge is telling me it takes them 15 days from the day our water bill is postmarked for them to receive it in their P.O. box in Rocky Mountain.
I wouldn't doubt it.
15 days.
I wouldn't doubt it.
But then it's already past due.
Gee, we need to go to smoke signals or carrier pigeons.
I'll give you one worse
Drones.
than that. My house paper. We've been mailing it. We always mail it by the 5th of the month. And it took the entire month for it to get. We made 3 payments for the same month because they kept saying, because my surcharge, if it don't get there on time,
Right.
is way sky high. We wrote 3 checks for the same month.
Now you're paid ahead on your mortgage.
I'm paid ahead for another 2 months.
You can not make a house
So
payment
any
for 2
other
months.
crazy.
questions or input or anything?
The information was really good.
It really
A
was.
lot of detail, which was very helpful.
I understand it.
Being no further business, I move we adjourn.
Do I hear a second? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
All right.
The meeting is adjourned.
So Sam, you think we have enough money coming in to cover? It just seems like a lot of money.